So last night we completed Shattered Space on my main character. Now we're going to go through and do it again with our Serpent's Embrace character and see what, if anything, is different. So, I'm actually going to... My original plan was to go through with Sarah, and then New Game Plus this character, and go through again with Andreja. But I think I'm actually going to go through with Andreja first, even though we did that with my main character. Because apparently Andreja has like a shitload of dialogue. But it's bugged. So sometimes it just won't play. A very early version of the unofficial Shattered Space patch has come out in the time since then. By which I mean yesterday. Which apparently all that does so far is just fix that bug. So I want to go through and see if our gal is any more talkative. Then we'll go through again on New Game Plus with Sarah. Alright, where are we? We're on Mars, right? Yeah, we're on Mars. So we gotta head to Jemison. Alright, the memorial service. Whoops. Time to start this on a downer.
Over here. There's something we need to discuss.
Shut your ass.
Constellation is no stranger to loss. Our own founder left on an expedition and never returned. It is easy to talk about the glory and excitement of breaching into the unknown, of lighting the darkness. But it is harder to stare into the face of the cost. That all of our progress is built on top of the lives of those who dared. And that we owe them the courage to continue our work in their memory.
Thank you, Sarah.
Twinsies.
Anyone else would like to say a few words?
Hello, everyone. I let Barrett down. I let Constellation down. I'm sorry. I could have saved him. I should have been the one who's gone, not him. And I won't stop until that Starborn pays for what he's done. You know, after the DLC.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something.
Hey Barrett, it's me. I knew it! I knew there had to be
Come up
something.
with something to say.
The great serpent has
I've
devoured you as is fitting.
got nothing.
Goodbye,
So-
Barrett.
Instead, I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort a long time ago. Is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality divine?
Everyone is in
Existence itself
mourning.
is a mystery which yearns to
I
be uncovered.
understand,
What is
but I
goodness
cannot
but a
quite share in their
propensity to
emotion.
be good? What is existence but a participation
What do you mean?
in being?
After the shock of what
Where
happened
the
faded,
diversity
I have
of the
felt
universe inspires
nothing
awe
else.
and wonder
just
exists
numbness.
only in contrast to a simplicity
A lot of
so
us are in
pure
shock. It's
that
normal.
it may
I
be
have seen death. I have lost people I considered close.
our
But this
essence is what was imagined by
it is not the same.
but what we
I cannot
consider
explain why.
imagined,
I am
what
not
we
sure I am
consider
making
mind,
sense.
are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these
Hey, Chef.
metaphors
You're making perfect sense, Andreja. There's no right way to feel.
Thank you.
on a massive searching sea. There's more, but
If you have, I am
those are the parts that
reminded
speak
of
to me the most.
how different Constellation works compared to what I am used to.
Thank you.
I was really thoughtful.
This is harder than I expected.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to say anything?
Can we go,
I
Andreja?
am sorry. My head is swimming.
Yes, I know. Barrett's dead, and I'm sorry, but let's go. I'm gonna be mad, but you read a headline that made you laugh.
I don't often speak about what I believe in.
What smooth-brained journalist snark headline about shattered space did you read this time?
It's one of those occasions where it's hard.
This is harder than I expected.
Our friend is gone. There's no afterlife or second meetings.
They called it sharded
God in
space.
heaven that is curating a perfect ending for me. So it's
What
up to us.
a succinct and well thought out criticism of the
Faith in
expansion.
us inspires us to greater
Clearly,
action.
I've been entirely wrong about Starfield the entire time. I have been convinced.
Reminded of how different Constellation works compared to what I am used to.
Smooth brain criticism, but the pun made you laugh.
That judge things to be good or evil, joyful. Let us take responsibility for it. Let us remember what we have lost.
I don't know that I've seen a criticism of Starfield that isn't smooth brained, TBH.
I never knew that.
Yes, well, I like to keep some things private. However, I know Barrett would have appreciated the sentiment.
I am sorry.
Jesus
My
fuck.
head is swimming.
You know what? I'm just gonna walk out. Hopefully that'll end the funeral scene. Okay. And it did. Perfect.
We did it!
Arrangements.
We have all
So-
the artifacts!
Yeah, screw everyone in this universe, bunch of jerks.
I did not say that. I just. Oh. that was a joke. Of course. Do you think we will see each other after the Unity? Will we even recognize each other if we do?
Would you know my name? Sorry. You have my permission to punch any other versions of me you meet.
Oh, that was already my plan. If we do not see each other again, then goodbye. I am proud of all that we have accomplished.
Walter and I were just discussing the expenses incurred during the attack.
No, I was explaining that there's nothing to discuss. It's been taken care of.
It seems that Walter has taken it upon himself to cover the costs of the repairs to both the lodge and the Eye, as well as any expenses relating to the... to the funeral services.
Barrett, for all his antics, was an essential part of this group. And a friend.
Thank you, Walter. That was kind of you.
Well, it's not about looking for thanks. It needed to be done, that's all.
Well, I can't thank you enough,
Would
Walter.
have my attention.
Sarah, I know we argue about money all the time. Most of it is in jest, but occasionally it's not. This is the one way I can best contribute to our work. It has been, and continues to be, an honor to do so. And when this is all over, we can go back to squabbling about minor
Hello.
expenses. But it was important to me that I do this.
Fair enough. Well, since we're already talking about this, there is one more thing I'd like to
Oh
do
my
for
god,
Barrett.
what?
Nothing extravagant. Just a small plaque here in the lodge.
Sam, I
The
do not know
bar.
if you recall my
That's
suggestion,
certainly
but
someplace
before I
everyone
ever
will see
need
it.
self-defense training-
Any objections, Walter?
Oh yeah, I remember.
No, I think this is a fine idea.
Well,
Then it's settled.
still available if you are
I'm glad we had this discussion.
Okay.
And now,
Sure.
perhaps we can
I got
try
it.
and
Thanks
move
again.
on.
Yes, I think that's right.
Would have been happier with the jump to the unknown if there was a way back.
Something you need?
Made you not want a new game plus. Imagine how fun it would be to jump back to your original universe. Andreja clocks you right in the nose due to a misunderstanding and you have to prove you're the prime version of yourself. If there were a way back to your home universe, it would completely undermine the entire mechanic.
We're so close.
Both gameplay-wise and story-wise.
I hope Cora doesn't get too much underfoot.
Yes, you need me? I wanted to thank you for giving me the chance to work with you. I know we met under, unusual circumstances. You seem to be I think you have certainly...
I just had
If
this
I may,
conversation with you in another lifetime last night.
Perhaps, but it is still important. I would like... I have not shared... I know. For those that have not lived, Vladimir is the only one here who can begin to understand. I lack...
Trust me, you have a lot going for you. Have you tried telling more jokes?
Jokes do not come naturally to me. Not the way they do to others. If I try, it only makes things... awkward. That is kind of you. You also have a lot going. I know this seems trivial. By a group, Thank you. Discussing these, I wanted to thank... I know that... Indeed it was. Thank you.
Okay. Now, let's go.
Yes?
Ready to head back out?
I have sharpened the blade for this very occasion. Just in case we need it.
Okay. Now we jump to some random backwater planet. How about Indum 5A? There we go.
Readings. Member crew have been compromised. Do not repeat. Task board.
Cred stick. Gib. Oh, I am so good on heals, which is good because we're gonna need them.
I cannot give up.
What is it? That is all? Very well.
Safira, hold on. You are strong. Concentrate. I'm trying, Surak, but it's getting worse. I can feel my mind slipping. Fragmented. I'll become one of them. You have to get away from me. No, I will not leave you here. It's pointless. We share this fate. This is our end. The great. No. No, it's happening. Sarok, run. I can't stop it. Safira. What happened?
Profit is never necessarily the aim, but if there is something worth taking.
How? I should be the last. Is someone there or... My mind turns against me. I must return to engineering and make one last attempt to restore the power.
No, cred stick. Alright, not noticing any difference. She said that last time. We'll see once we get to Dazra itself.
This is Sirak Vetal. Post-incident log. Something has gone horribly wrong. We were in orbit directly above Dazra, monitoring our current experiments when we experienced a sudden energy surge. I fear the source came from the city itself. It triggered our graph drive and jumped the Oracle to an unknown location. We thought members of the crew were somehow but later, we were attacked by what I will refer to as vortex fire. I thought I recognized some of them. Could it be that the energy surge has somehow transformed them and warped their minds?
Open fire. You're not walking out of here.
Chunks cheesecake? Cheesesteak. Chunks cheesesteak.
Come on! An effort was made to keep this place sustained without a need for frequent resupply. We need to get past these crates somehow.
This is where we came in.
We should move on. There's nothing worth taking.
The fabric is broken!
Mission appears to have outweighed any considerations for privacy.
Iraq vessel. Post-incident log. The Oracle has continued to jump. It is completely out of our control. Not only that, but I believe the initial surge of energy we experienced is transformative. With each passing day, more of the crew succumb to whatever residual energy we were exposed to. Most are instantly hostile, but we discover some are able to retain a sense of self. At least, momentarily.
Oh my god.
Serpent's bane. One of the power cells dislodged in the last jump. The gravity. Restoring the gravity may pull the cell into place. If I can get to the control room, if I can No! They are coming!
Oh my god.
It's not the best you can do. I don't need me.
Eh. All right, up we go. Heal paste.
This is Sirach Vital. Post-incident log. I am one of the few remaining unaffected crew on the Oracle. Nadine, Basira, and Taras are the only others I was able to find. I fear it is just a matter of time before we succumb to this energy that is turning the others. How long will we last? And will my mind be strong enough to hold out when my time comes? Basira and I have programmed the Oracle
Spoiler
to
alert,
return to our
no.
Ice orbit once it is able. All of our research will automatically be transmitted the moment we are within Dasra's range. I pray our work here was not in vain.
Hey, look. I found a room full of shattered space reviews.
damn controls! Why will they not respond to me?
Warning. Gravity procedure initiated. Please check your surroundings to ensure personal safety. Restoring gravity in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Need a moment to walk that off?
Power cell connected. Report to operations for system reboot.
The Vortex Phantoms. Where did they go? Something is wrong.
She's just like, huh. What a weird thing.
No! Not now! I have to hold on!
Mainframe reboot initiated. Commencing protocol. Station lockdown completed. All major systems on standby. Mainframe reboot completed. Warning. Station jump procedure initiated. Please check your surroundings to ensure personal safety. Jump in 3, 2, 1. Execute. Jump completed. Station lockdown released. Initiating data transfer. Incoming transmission.
This is Dasra calling the Oracle Station. We've received your transmission. Your orders are to send a representative down here immediately. It appears we have much to discuss.
Poor Sirac. So close to seeing their efforts realized.
What? Oh. Right. 3 dimensions.
Hold very still and choose your words carefully. They will determine how long you live.
Please, we are not a threat. We are trying to help.
You have no right to be here. You will tell me how you found this place.
I found your wayward star station, the Oracle. Actually, where am I?
You trespass in Dazra, the home of House Varun, and you disgrace it with every heretical step you take. I say again, who are you, and how did you find this place? But it was lost. All communication ceased. There was no sign of it.
Something clearly went wrong.
Indeed it did. The Oracle is perhaps the least of our problems, I'm afraid. Voris, I think we need not fear our guest. Perhaps, in this time of need, the great Serpent has delivered us a gift.
Counselor, with due respect, we have not had unannounced visitors here in generations. It is a clear breach of security.
I do not disagree, and I know that security, in whatever small form we can grasp it, is of paramount importance. But you must acknowledge the timing is curious. And perhaps our guest's intent should be determined before we take further action.
I am here to pledge loyalty to House Varun.
Are you now? Most curious indeed. I am afraid that, not having been born of House Varun, that may prove a complicated matter.
Great Serpent,
It's happening again.
hear me.
Speaker, we are here!
We have reached out to you to seek guidance in our hour of need. The gate in the Citadel has been opened just to seek you.
What horror is this?
Have I failed you? What is this place? Where am I? Why do you not show yourself? I strive only to follow your command. All must serve. Please, do not leave me in darkness. Oh, Great Serpent. Is that you? Is it your presence I feel?
Who are you?
I feel something, yet I see nothing. Is this a test? What do you require of me?
Can you see me?
Great Serpent, I have done all that I can. The scaled citadel itself has been transformed to petition you. I know that all must serve, but I need more. I require guidance. Take pity on us and reveal the way forward.
Our leader, Anasco Varun, he has appeared like this over and over. So many of our people have been trapped in this state.
Chef, have you played Shattered Space
Vortex
yourself yet?
Phantoms. But usually they are
Highly
hostile,
recommend.
lash out. Anasco is different. If only we could hear his voice, some reassurance that all is not lost.
Who was that?
Anasco Varun is our leader, the grandson of Jinan Varun himself. He sometimes appears to us, but we cannot interact.
What is going on here?
I am not able to go into detail. There was an experiment, an accident. Many of our people left in a similar state, while most are hostile. Anasco is... The Great Serpent spared him that fate. He's different. If only we could communicate with him.
He doesn't seem to be able to see us. He didn't respond to me.
What do you mean? Despite the sightings, none have heard the word from Anasco in all this time, yet you claim to. Do not toy with me. Not about this. If you speak truth, you must prove it. What did he say?
All must serve.
I, the Serpent.
I heard nothing. He said that?
It is no joke. No outsider would know our creed. It is never uttered beyond this city. Truly, you did hear Anasco. You have been chosen. People of House Varun, hear me. We have asked the Great Serpent for deliverance from our calamity, and he has answered us. This outsider has been chosen as the most unlikely vessel for the Great Serpent's divine provenance, and she will help save us all. Outsider, please. There is no denying you have been sent here as a sign. You must help us. But there are precepts that must be followed, principles that must be obeyed. Even in these dire circumstances, we cannot turn from Jinan Varun's teachings. You will be granted safe passage through Dazra and the lands beyond. No harm will come to you. On that, you have my word. You even have my assurance that your compatriot here will also remain unharmed. But to truly aid us, you must become part of House Varun. This is not a thing done lightly, and it cannot be taken back. Will you commit to helping us by becoming one of the promised?
All right, just tell me where to begin.
Excellent. Please, come with me. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Malibor Dulkev, a member of the High Council of House Varun. I have been asked to represent the Council in this moment. Please, enter our city. You have my word that you will not be harmed. I would ask that until you have become promised, you avoid the citizens of Dazra. They are not used to outsiders. Open the gate! I must temper what I reveal for now, but surely you saw the scaled citadel as you arrived. It was the center of an explosion of sorts that has annihilated most of our city. We have lost many of our brothers and sisters. I believe we are still in
Thou
danger.
hast journeyed far. Hear my voice.
Koobs, thank you for the raid.
Counselor, what is the meaning of this? Is there a problem?
What's going on, my dude?
The city is in shambles. The speaker is missing, and here you are leading some outsider through our sacred space? Why allow this husk to defile our city? Have we not lost enough?
Have faith. I believe this outsider
Just got out of the
is
blue
guided by the
sapphire?
Great Serpent himself.
You mean the black sapphire?
Serpent willing, they will be one of us.
You did the hotel mission?
I can be sure.
You went to...
Concerns on to the rest of the High Council, if you wish. I apologize for the interruption. There is a ritual.
You went to the dude's party? What the fuck is his name? The...
Performed in generations.
Colonel Hansen.
There are those still alive who remember the old ways.
You went to Colonel Hansen's party.
Prepared for such a moment as this.
Saw that super cool light show that looks fucking amazing with the path tracing. Twitch doesn't do it justice, does it? That is something you need to see running locally on your own machine. It is stunning.
I saw the ship landing. I knew immediately that I would be needed.
Indeed you are. This is Inaza Kaisir, Herald of the Serpent. She will guide you through the ritual.
Really enjoyed that part. I am sure that entire sequence was a gigantic pain in the ass to program, just in terms of timing. But it is appreciated. Kudos CDPR.
So, the great Serpent sends you to me. Know, Husk, that to walk the Serpent's path, to enter this sacred cave, there is no turning back. You will be forever changed. This is a path you must walk of your own free will, alone. Will you step forward and emerge anointed, one of the promised?
Oh my god, I was literally thinking, I hope I get to say I've been waiting for this moment my entire life, and there it is. I've been waiting for this moment my entire life.
An unusual but welcome response. Then let us enter, and I shall guide you along the Serpent's path.
Brilliant.
But this is a journey you must undertake alone. Your escort cannot follow.
This is a profound step for you. Do not worry. You have nothing to fear.
I will await you at the end of the Serpent's path.
Yeah, I finished it on my main last night, so we're playing through on my Serpent's Embrace character now. I think after this, I'm gonna go back and do the side content with my main. Is this just entering the thing at the center of the universe with extra steps? If you're talking about the Unity, no. This is joining House Varun. Although, funnily enough, as I discovered on my main, if you do this with a Starborn character, you can actually say to her, there are many ways to be reborn, believe me.
You must walk the path. I am merely here to guide you along your way. The path lies before you, but it is up to you to walk it. Farewell.
Well, I wanted to see. Apparently the last update added more poses in photo mode. Devotion, obedience, perseverance, strength. Yep, there they are. Still have a bunch of side storylines to get through in the base game of Starfield 2. Oh, faction quests and stuff?
Before House Varun, there were humans. First on Earth, then scattered among the stars. And like all humans, they were lost souls, wandering in the dark, looking for a path.
Wait, did I miss a thing? Oh no, let's just retrieve Andreja.
One particular colony housed several hundred of these souls. They were each alone and isolated, individual tiny flames that could be snuffed out at a moment's notice.
Started Ryujin Industries in one of your energy cycles and didn't finish it. Need to start it over in current cycle. Feel like you want to get through the rest of them before entering Unity again. The only faction you did finish was Freestar Rangers, mainly because you wanted the ship. Are we gonna get to see the Serpent?
Encountered the great Serpent and was given the gift of knowledge. He shared his knowledge with those around him and lit the way for them.
This expansion never explicitly confirms whether or not the Great Serpent actually exists. And I honestly think it's better that way.
They followed his guidance and his light, and they cast aside the burdens of their former lives. And thus, House Maroon was born. Now you too have the chance to cast aside your burdens, to relieve yourself of anything that holds you back.
What shall we sacrifice? Artifact seems fitting. Yeah, I kind of figured it's a quest item, can't be removed. In a moment of symbolism, I will sacrifice my cutter. That was issued to me upon joining Argos Extractors to symbolize the end of my old life. Boo this man. You really think Bethesda's gonna let you break the New Game Plus mechanic?
The people's hopes and fears and dreams were entrusted to the Great Serpent. They made the leap of faith that brought House Varun to greatness. You may now follow in their footsteps and take that same leap. Embrace the Great Serpent, and he will embrace you.
If there is anything that Starfield has taught me, it's that the average video game player cannot be trusted with Starfield, or Bethesda games in general. I have seen so many people complaining about the Oberon Nova Strike sniper and how it can't be reloaded. The gun from the Trackers Alliance quest. Since installing that creation, I have had that issue exactly once. So you know what I did? I thought for 2 seconds, and I realized, oh, I just added a couple of mods, and I forgot to sort my load order. So I closed the game, sorted my load order, you know, Bethesda modding troubleshooting step number 1, and guess what? Never had the issue again. And yet you have people on YouTube, Reddit, Twitter, whatever, talking about how this gun has been broken for months. Like, sort your load order. You're gonna install mods and not follow best modding practices, and then blame Bethesda when you fuck something up. Now, to be fair, I'm not saying that's the cause in 100% of cases, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was most of them.
The people of House Varun settled this world, at first in these very caves. Shinan Varun himself slept among them in these shelters. It was here that he spread the word of the Serpent. It was here that the people of House Varun first understood the truth of their place in the universe. And it was here that the people of House Varun first understood the truth of the shrouding. The great Serpent's return. He will encircle the universe he created, and all those who do not follow will be cast into shadow. And the people weighed this knowledge against their former lives, and saw how they had been blessed despite the difficult new life that awaited them. You too would do well to feel that solace amidst the pain.
Contemplate the shrouding.
Until that day comes, we are the voice and the hands of the great Serpent. Our every act a sacrifice to hasten his return. Make now a sacrifice to prove your devotion. And remember, whether in life or in death, all must serve.
Sacrifice the Groat.
Let us begin the final ritual.
While none since Jinan Varun have stood before the great Serpent, we can all feel his presence. To solidify his bond, you are presented with a simple choice. Before you on this dais are several items. They represent different aspects of House Varun's connection to the great Serpent. Pick the two that call to you. Place them on the altars. Offerings to the great Serpent that he may fill you with his spirit and make you promise.
Let's see, last playthrough we did strength and perseverance. So since this character is a religious nutter, we're gonna go obedience and devotion.
And so you arise, one of the promised of House Varun. Did you feel the great serpent working within you? Do you feel born anew?
Yeah, if you're starborn, this is where you can say that line. I exist only to serve the great serpent.
And I assure you, he has seen your eagerness. You will indeed serve, as do we all. To truly commit to the great serpent requires utter devotion and unending obedience. I grant you the title of Reverend.
Nice.
All will know you. All will trust you. Above us, in the grand ship morning, jewel of the Varun fleet, the High Council awaits your arrival. Serve them. Serve the great serpent. All must serve.
So when I chose strength and perseverance, I was given the title Vindicator. When I choose obedience and devotion, I'm given the title Reverent. I wonder what the other possible titles are. Anything to say for yourself?
Yes?
Oh. Oh.
So, yes. Goodbye.
I love this game. The better the graphics get, the funnier the little Bethesda game quirks are. Because the more realistic the people look, the more surreal and ridiculous it gets when somebody walks into a wall.
Good to see you. Welcome, Reverend. You stand before what remains of the High Council, advisors to Anasco Varun. We are all that is left after the disaster that has befallen our people. I represent House Dulkev. Jamal is from House Kadik, and we are joined by Lovek of House Vital. We are, all of us, hopeful that your arrival in Dazra and your clear connection to Anasco Varun, for the first time in weeks, represent some semblance of hope.
I don't have a connection to Anasco Varun or anyone here.
But you do. We have only seen brief glimpses of him since the incident. But you heard him speak. How can that be taken as anything other than providence? Please, just allow us a moment to explain.
By all means, Malabor. I can't wait to see how you spend this.
Please, can we just for a moment?
Can we just for a moment what? Discuss whether or not to allow the first convert to House Varun since before any of us were born? A bit late on that, it seems.
You were not there. You did not see Anasco. It felt different. We have already wasted so much time.
You're correct. I was not there. Because you elected to travel to the spaceport on your own. And then decided this on your own.
Do not waste time with more bickering.
Anasco, and by extension House Varun, suffers with every passing moment.
Of course, Lovek. My apologies. Please, Malabor, do go on.
Anasco Varun, like his father before him, has relied on the teachings of Jinan to guide us. Anasco wondered if perhaps it was time to seek guidance directly from the Great Serpent, and so sought a means of reaching out.
Perhaps he found the teachings inadequate.
Careful, Kadik. You tread on dangerous ground.
I mean nothing by it. We simply were never consulted on the matter and do not know the full motive.
The point is that a series of experiments have taken place over the years, utilizing grav drive technology to hopefully make direct contact with the Great Serpent, similar to Jinan Varun's initial meeting.
And then something went wrong.
We do not know what happened. We were not inside the Scaled Citadel at the time.
Had we been, we wouldn't be standing here now. We'd be like the rest of them.
A great tide of energy emanated from the Scaled Citadel and swept across Dasra. Much was destroyed in its wake. Those caught in the blast have been left in a state of confusion, trapped halfway between our universe and the Vortex. The Citadel itself remains in such a state. Right there and yet beyond our reach. We can only assume that the experiment is still running, somehow preventing us from entering the Citadel. We cannot get in, so we cannot stop it. We were beginning to lose hope before you arrived.
Tell me how I fit into this.
Your arrival and your interaction with Anasco shows that he can still be saved. A plan had been devised to access the Citadel, but the work stalled. Clearly, it is time to move forward with it. The current head of our science team, Ekris, should be in Jinan Plaza down below us, towards the Citadel. Tell him about your experience with Anasco, and that work on the morning device must proceed.
Do you know the scientists out at Hamadi Station?
The old married couple? Azad and Shireen, if I remember right. I've met them a few times. They seemed a little eccentric, but were otherwise quite nice.
That's them, yes. They're apparently looking for some help with their research. They made some kind of discovery that has them troubled.
Good luck finding help at a time like this.
Indeed. Yet the Serpent provides for the faithful, so who knows?
Nothing is truly impossible.
The music swell just gave me big Halo vibes.
The scale of the disaster is hard to accept.
This whole thing is giving me Halo vibes, actually. Like, tell me if this seems out of place at all. I fucked up. I don't know what I did. I knocked something over and it pissed somebody off.
Do you know the scientists out at Hamadi Station?
The old married couple? Azad and Shireen, if I remember right. I've met them a few times. They seemed a little eccentric, but were otherwise quite nice.
That's them.
Alright, let's try this meme again. Oh. See, totally fits.
No shame at all. What you have done goes beyond disgrace. It is morbid, disgusting. You should be hanging your head in shame. But instead, here you are, acting like a common fool.
Yes? Well, look who it is.
Hit me.
You have made quite a stir, given the state of things. That is a singular accomplishment. To what do I owe the honor, Reverend?
Malibor says work on the morning device must proceed.
Did he now? How magnanimous. But approval is approval, and I will gladly take it. I will spare you much of the technical detail, as I confess that pieces of it I barely understand myself. One cannot help but notice the energy field around the scaled citadel. Until we can get through it, we cannot shut down the experiment inside, and it has proved quite impossible to get through. We had the beginnings of a plan to build a makeshift contraption to redirect grav drive energy to see if we could penetrate the barrier, but the project came to a halt. Politics got in the way.
This seems like the one time to set politics aside.
Every one of the houses needs to contribute, and everyone realized they could potentially use it for leverage. What should have been a cooperative effort turned contentious. Easy decisions became negotiations. And so, construction never began. We have sat here, staring at this disaster as supplies pile up for well over a week now. Serpent, help us. It is infuriating.
You should be grateful that I'm here and that you can continue your work.
I suppose I should. I believe I've done enough complaining for now. Time to get to work. If you're here, the Council has likely sent word to the houses that it's time to stop the infighting. I doubt it will be enough. I need to oversee construction, make sure things are built to specifications. If you could follow up with the houses, that may speed up the process.
I'll get right on it.
I appreciate that someone around here is eager to get to work. House Vetol owes us access codes for the city power grid. It's the only way to guarantee enough power to activate the device. House Kadik was supposed to provide a young scientist named Sahima to help me. She had at least some experience with the original Citadel experiment. No idea why they refused to send her. And Hasmek, the new elder of House Dulkef, he has been distant, guarded. He claims to have vital information about an important component of the experiment, but has withheld it until now. Help me get what we need, and we will see what we can do for the Speaker, and for House Varun. And I may have something that can help you in whatever trials the Serpent puts before you as we navigate this. We have been nearly overwhelmed with all that has happened over the last few weeks, but I have still spent some time doing my own research when I can. These phantoms, the vortex. Fascinating subject, really. If only there were some less disastrous way we could have discovered all this.
Yeah.
I know. I have lost friends and colleagues myself. We have encountered several interesting phenomena. First, while the phantoms shift to a fully human form when killed, they often retain small shards that appear to be an almost crystallized version of vortex energy. Second, we have learned that killing the phantoms sometimes causes an even greater disturbance. Horrors, as they have been colloquially termed, can appear from somewhere. We are unsure of their origin, but it is not within our universe. These horrors and their spawn are infested with cysts, a seemingly organic manifestation of vortex energy. We have managed to collect enough to run experiments and have devised a method of combining them into an explosive mixture with varying properties. While they have no use in the development of the morning device, if you find yourself out in the field, I believe they could have more practical applications.
I'll take anything that can give me an edge.
The process is simple enough that any industrial workstation should suffice, if you have the materials. And depending on how you combine said materials, you may find the results to be somewhat variable. I hope you can use that to your advantage.
You can now craft grenades using... Okay. How have things been affected by the disaster?
Just look around. I'm sure you have at least some idea, and those left behind. I hope that...
What do you know about the experiment in the Citadel?
Not enough to have prevented it from happening. It had been Inasco's primary goal for some time. Everything we knew about gravity towards the end.
It is the will of the Serpent that you be here now to protect the promised.
I don't know about that. Seems that it would have been easier to just not have it happen in the first place, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
I left the project weeks before the disaster, and at that point, we were nowhere near ready. Some breakthroughs were made shortly thereafter, and they ran the experiment. And here we are.
If you've got something that can help me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, depending on how much trouble you're getting into. We have been nearly overwhelmed with all that has happened over the last few weeks, but I have still spent some time doing my own research when I can. These phantoms, the vortex. Fascinating subject, really. Yeah, if only there were some less disastrous way we could have discovered all this. I know. We haven't... Second, these horrors, we have
Okay, we're in a loop now.
Well, the process is simple, and...
I guess that's just in case you forget what he said. Alright, House Vithal are the ones who live in a gun shop. So I'm going there first. I want to get some ammo for this penumbra. See if it's any good.
Sorry, but you will have to get approval before you can buy any weapons from me.
Whack. That's the shitter. I do this literally every time I'm in this fucking building. That's alright. I already know immediately this quest is going to be different.
If we hope to restore the city, your inability to provide a legitimate excuse for denying them will only last so long.
Victoria is right. I know you're angry, but you can't let personal matters interfere with what may be best for everyone.
Personal matters? This is a Ministry of State matter, and I will handle it as I see fit. He is a traitor. He turned his back not only on his family, but on our people's entire belief system. The fact that he still breathes is a stain upon the House Vithal name.
You would doom us all with your pride.
I will do as I please as head of this house. If you are not a member of House Bethal, you do not belong here.
Serpent guide you. I am Reverend Reyna Jeline, here to assist however I can.
So you are Anasco's chosen.
Is this not the opportunity you've been looking for, brother? A third party capable of finding Varric?
Yes, you said so yourself. Someone with no loyalties to speak of. And if she's become promised, truly her arrival is more than coincidence.
Serpent, give me strength. You both speak true. Perhaps I have reacted in haste. Tell me, Reverend, are you well practiced in discretion?
Yes, of course.
I hope your word is good as well. My son, Varric, has left. Essentially, he has abandoned his post. And not only did he turn his back on his house, but the great Serpent as well. He is a traitor and must be dealt with as such.
Victor, surely you don't mean it.
He does, Luther. He is allowing his fervent pride and anger to cloud his judgment. What my brother is trying to say is that he wishes his own son dead. First, we lose Vashti to that malignance tearing through Dazra. And now you so willingly offer up Varric. As if our house has not suffered enough loss already.
Death is the fate of all traitors.
If only my sister and husband had your sensibility. I do not wish Varric dead, but as head of the Ministry of State, he left me no choice. All must serve. Those who refuse will be met with death.
If it's the law, it's the law.
And showing leniency for a house member at a time like this when order is needed most would be unwise.
The law. Our work is not so simple, and you know it.
Exactly,
You act as
Coofs.
if death is the only answer. What about forgiveness?
I will not risk the ministry's authority on the actions of my own son, even if he is my chosen heir. If the High Council wants my cooperation, I need you to find Varric and carry out his sentence.
And I would ask you to spare him. My brother is acting under impulse, not reason.
I have never been more clear. Speak against me one more time, and you will regret it. Varric has a signet ring with House Bethal's family crest. Bring it to me as proof of death. Only then will I grant you access to the power grid.
If it's the will of the Serpent, it will be done.
I commend you for your faith. A sad day indeed when an outsider is more devout than my own son. I recommend you start by speaking to patrons of the Herald's Rest. Some of Varric's associates there may know where he went. But keep in mind, anyone who has directly aided him in hiding is an accomplice and shares his fate.
I'll see to it that any accomplices are executed.
Good. And remember, absolute discretion. All anyone needs to know is that you are looking for Varric for personal reasons. I will not risk word of his disappearance getting out before I can say the situation has been handled.
I would like a chance to talk to you, if you are able.
Of course.
I have been curious. I know that your role in Constellation was thrust upon you in an unusual way. But that experience does not demand that you stay. You could have delivered the artifact and then left. Why do you stay?
There isn't much else going on this week.
Why are people so quick to use humor to deflect from serious questions? The work being done here is unique and important. That is reason enough. My past is complicated. And anyone in Constellation will tell you I do not speak much of it. but my family always stressed the importance of having a purpose in life. You must have a reason for being.
Having goals is important.
A goal is something you work towards, an expectation of achievement. That is not the same. I believe it is sometimes phrased as, the destination is not as important as the journey. When I first came to New Atlantis, I wish they do their job. Their experience is so different. Yes, they were. Purpose cuts through adversity.
You've obviously been through a lot.
I have. My family is my parents. You can imagine, I am sure. It has certainly proven value. For now, though, it would seem...
I'm clicking through because I literally just had this conversation with her last night on my other character.
That I would ask you to spare my nephew.
Alright, let's go. Yeah, my goal with this playthrough is to just be a complete and utter religious nut job. Wholly and uncompromisingly devoted to House Varun and the Great Serpent.
All I am saying is that I am not pleased with the recent outsider influence. I am sure you know what I am
Greetings.
This railing is taken.
I'm looking for Varric.
Varric Vethal. And why should I know anything about... I'm nobody. Do I? Varric. One day we're inseparable. And the next... I've searched all of Dazra for him. That means he either doesn't want... So, what if I did? Are you sure? Yes. And I... Great Serpent. If he did, I must have been... Alright, fine. I never found... His name is Tains? Hard to say right now. If you stay a bit, just promise me you'll let...
Again, I just did this quest last night, so...
Thank you.
Hope things start looking up soon around here. Hey.
Serpent bless you, I've been shown the rightful path.
Oh, wow. You really bought in, huh? I'm an outsider myself. It's hard to get into the whole giant snake thing.
A heretic, then.
And proud of it. I've been toting stuff back and forth for these people for years and still get the cold shoulder most places I go. But then these people lose half their city and you show up, and suddenly it's divine intervention.
Only I understand Anasko Varun. I'm certain it's the Great Serpent's intervention.
So I've heard. You got something about you, that's for sure. Anyway, enough about that. What can I do you for?
I need your help finding Varric.
Varric Vethal, huh? That's no small name around here. Well, I guess that depends, Reverend. Who wants to know?
I do, of course.
Oh, sure. You just show up out of the blue. And I know he wasn't lost to whatever ate up half of Dazra. Although, so if you're feeling generous...
Here.
Nice to see we operate. I'm pretty sure he's heading into the Highlands. So you just say the word.
Good, let's go.
After you. Once we're outside of Dazra, just head out the west gate.
I got you your favorite from the meat house. Extra fatty, just the way you like. Do you want to eat it now? Please. Please, just eat something. Drink something. Say something, please. I've been like this for weeks. I do not know what to do. I miss you, my friend. I miss you. Please, tell me what I can do to help you. I have to go now. But I will be back later to talk, alright? I promise. Great Serpent. Please help me. I am terrified.
No telling how long it will take to rebuild.
Proceed.
Hello.
Welcome. I was hoping you... That's an understatement. It's rare that an off, but not just any off, which in the eyes of the city...
It's hardly dangerous. My arrival on this planet is clearly the will of the Great Serpent.
Yes, of course. Forgive me. I had no idea that you'd taken our beliefs to heart. Perhaps we should start this conversation again. I'm Nalada Brady. Forgive me for not starting our conversation that way. I've been... My brother...
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, thank you. If you want to take...
Perhaps I can help you locate him.
Really? Oh, you truly...
I'll do my best. All I need to know is where to start.
Yes, of course. The last time, he never came back that evening.
I promise I'll get some answers.
Something within... Just please, now.
I'd like to see your
I'm
wares.
sure we can strike...
And of course she doesn't sell ammo. Alright.
We have displaced the Great Serpent. Leave already. You're not welcome here.
I am growing tired.
Things here seem dire indeed.
Really are some funky characters. Oh yeah, the glitch text.
Go on then. Keep making your threats.
Save your bullets. Damned fool. I am going.
If it is a buckle of Goza you need, Herald's Rest.
Didn't get that quest in my other playthrough. I'll have to see if I can trigger it.
We are ready to depart.
She's got a limited range, so just keep heading northwest of Dazra until we pick something up.
Free heal?
Good. You're awake. He's running out of knives to sharpen while I wait.
Once again, to the gentleman who said that you couldn't use the car on Varun Kai because you couldn't get it out of the spaceport. Press space, my brother in Christ. Sorry, my brother in the Great Serpent. Even got your companion riding shotgun, exactly. Koobs, is this your first time seeing this? This was added to the game like a month ago. Nope.
Best not to leave anything.
Oh! Best not to leave. No one hurts waifu and gets away with it. Gonna have to update your mods and shit. Still have that problem where the hotkey for making the Starborn visor transparent is not working. Making it opaque again. Alright, Koobs, let me send you something. And to be clear, this is not for public distribution. Koobs. My games. Alright, Koobs, I'm sending you 3 files. The first one is my Starfield console.ini. Put that in your My Games folder in Documents. The second is my Starfield custom.ini. Put that in the profile for the profile folder for MO2 if you're using it, or the My Games folder if you're not using it. And then the third is my own version of the hotkey toggle mod with an adjusted script. And that's the part that's not for public distribution. Uninstall the hotkey toggle mod, or uninstall the toggle mod, then reinstall it with all of this, and it should work. What I should say is uninstall the toggle mod and the hotkey mod and make a new save. And then reinstall everything. Start from scratch, basically. And then you shouldn't have any problems. I've set it up so the hotkey is F1. And then as a bonus, if you install the Sit and Wait Anywhere mod, F3 will allow you to sit and wait anywhere. And also N will automatically open photo mode without you having to go into the scanner first. That's correct. Uninstall both, then launch the game, then make a new save. Then reinstall both, reinstall the mod I sent you, and put those two files in the places I told you. Because Starfield does natively support hotkeys, you just have to set it up.
Unfamiliar environments should always be approached with caution. Oh my god, my front got stuck.
For fuck's sake. Let me out! Jump!
More signs of trouble.
Yeah, and remember the Starfield custom.ini, if you're using a profile specific INI file, it goes in that profile's folder. If not, it goes in the My Games folder in your documents. And the Starfield console.ini goes in the My Games folder no matter what.
Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
By the way, if you don't like F1 as the hotkey, you can go into Starfield console.ini and change it to something else.
What the hell is that? I'm hit! Woo, the best you can do. That hurt, you bastard! Curse you!
What the fuck?
This might be it.
A temporary encampment, but not an
Oh,
uneventful
my.
stay for the occupant.
You got that right. Damn, House Baron. At least I don't see you. You find any? Well, let's take.
When you install the mod I
Looks
sent
like
you.
Bear was running around in a panic. Not that I blame him. He definitely fled the camp, though. Better go check below and see if we can find out which direction he went.
It shouldn't be the same name. It should have no items on the end. When you install the mod, check the drop down.
There seems to be a path up. We should follow it.
Oh, there's one more thing you're gonna need. Hold. Go into your MO2 install and drop that into the plugins folder. It's an updated Starfield plugin that will recognize the DLC as an unmanaged file. If you don't use that, it will disable the DLC every time you close the game and change its place in the load order.
It looks like he stopped here to patch himself up. He's heading northwest, though, so let's see where that takes us.
It put him in the trunk, and there he goes. Yep, game, script extender, address library. If you're using Star UI, update that as well. Actually, just update everything, because they've made a couple of significant changes across the board. And mods that you would think don't break the game kind of do. Like when when they added the vehicle, because there was no HUD functionality for exiting a vehicle before, basically every UI mod needed to be updated.
That's far enough.
Because it changed the UI. Serpent's blessing, sister. We come in search of Varric Vathal.
Varric Vathal, as in Victor's son? Haven't seen him, ever, in fact.
That's what you think.
What would the heir of House Vathal be doing on my farm?
Coos, you shouldn't do that, because the game will straight up crash. He's injured, we're worried about him.
I can understand that, but I can't help you. The only people here are my partner Zen and our daughter Mila. No one comes around here. We're isolated, and that's the way we like it.
His injuries may need special treatment, please.
All right, fine.
Eden, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Zen, yes, I know quite well. Never mind my partner, they're just overly cautious. As I said before, I've never seen Varric Vathal. We keep to ourselves. There's no reason for a path to cross. But we did aid an injured young man a few days ago.
That's gotta be Varric.
It's too coincidental. It must have been him.
I need to know where you went.
We sent him north. There's a long abandoned growth farm we felt he could make use of. He claimed he lost everything.
Haven't updated the game itself though. DLC isn't installed yet. Okay, don't install the new plugin. Alright, Coos, if you're on game version 1.14.70, if you try to launch it with the old script extender, it's gonna crash. Because the script extender, the address library, all of that, it's all game version specific. 1.14.70 is current patch.
We even gave him 2 of our own growths to get started.
Aiding a traitor is punishable by death.
Hey, hold up. Have you been listening? She didn't know Varric was a traitor. There's no crime in that.
We aided a young man in need of help. We never would have knowingly aided a traitor.
This is exactly what I feared.
Even if we'd known he was Varric Vetal, how could we know he was a traitor?
We are isolated here, and we are taught to honor the noble houses.
Varric being a traitor is news to me, and I live in Dazra. You've got to believe these people.
Victor wanted discretion, so it is not unreasonable that these people are innocent. Still, knowingly or not, they did aid a traitor.
Orders are orders.
Serpent, protect us. Protect Vila.
Total system failure by catastrophic damage. Massive damage.
No, we have to kill the Groats! Oh my god, I'm the worst person ever! What the fuck are you doing in my car? That's Andreja's spot. Oh, where was it?
It's been a minute since I stretched the old legs. Nothing going on out here. How about you? Find anything?
Varric's not home, but this is where he's living.
Sounds like it's a waiting game then.
It seems I have uninvited guests. You want to explain yourselves?
Whoa, hey, it's me. Dang. Put the gun down already.
It's not you I'm concerned about. It's your friends.
Rightfully so.
The heretic at last, prepared to be made dust for your blasphemy.
So, it's official. Heretic it is then. I figured the old man might play it that way. Always the extremist. But since I have your attention, allow me to plead my case.
You may speak, but know that I will not be swayed.
If I can't appeal to your sense of duty, perhaps your sense of compassion will do. I am not sure how familiar you are with our culture, but all I've ever wanted was the right to choose. I was born House Vithal. I was raised to but I wanted.
Born privileged, but don't want the responsibility. Boo-hoo.
That's what I said when I first met him. But I came around.
It's never mattered how much I tried to reason with his pride.
It matters not what you want. We do what the great Serpent requires of us.
But it should matter. All I want is to make my own life. Something Tane understood and was willing to help me with.
The credits help too. But yeah, guess you got the whole scoop now.
All this time, you were continuing to aid the traitor.
I like to call it looking out for a friend. I lost my ship to the incident, so I didn't want Varric running off thinking I could just grab him and go. I was also out all the credits he was gonna pay me. That's where you came in. I figured, why not two for the price of one? I didn't realize it was gonna turn into a whole thing.
So, now you know. I hope now is...
No. You need to return to your duty as House Vithal's heir.
I can't do that. The truth is, this scaled citadel was the... My people are so blinded by faith and politics. Anasko Varun eliminated half our population. I could no longer live in a society that won't put its people first.
Such heresy. You will be made dust for such heresy.
Whoa. You're not really gonna kill him, are you? I mean, first of all, are you sure Victor even wants him dead?
Varric is a traitor. Why wouldn't Victor want him dead?
Hello? Because Varric's his son. You heard Vittoria. Victor's acting on impulse, not reason. The man just lost his daughter, half his people, and now his son's trying to walk away. There's no way he's thinking straight.
Tane is correct. We are often taught that decisions made under duress are not the wisest.
Come on. It's 3 against 1 here. You gotta see this isn't right.
I have orders. I intend to follow them.
Orders that you didn't even question. Have you seen the state of this planet? Victor may be out of his damn mind.
He may not be thinking clearly, given the circumstances.
I had every intention of getting this guy off planet. Am I next on your list?
Fucked something up and now you have to update everything else? What have you updated so far? Because if you have SFSE plugins that are out of date, you need to disable them, or the game won't launch. Or if it does launch, it'll be fucked up. Now that you mention it...
Hey now, I wasn't serious.
Hey. Thane is innocent here. Let the man go. Consider his aid in finding me as recompense. There's no reason to tell my father.
As promised, it is your duty to either carry out Victor's sentence or let him know of Tane's involvement.
And I think we all know that'd be a death sentence for me if you did. So if you're gonna do this, may as well get it over with now.
Have it your way.
Varric, I hope you've been working on that target practice.
Let's see if it pays off.
I cannot wait to kill you. Do they have anything of value?
Oh my god, it's this Groat named Bella. Okay, so it's basically a Varun shotgun. Initially, you just follow the initial procedure I told you for the Starborn Space Advisor Plus. Like a fucking idiot when you went to test it, you accidentally pressed play on the game in Steam rather than MO2, so that may have triggered a change. No, if you were on version 1.14.7, the game had already updated. Weird you had it set to not update unless you launched it. Alright, Coobs, I would recommend... Do you remember the thing I did for Fallout 4? If you want the game to not update, that's the only way to do it in 100% of cases. Is to have your install completely quarantined. It's completely foolproof. Because Steam doesn't have access to that folder.
Why walk when we can coast?
Yeah, no problem, Coos. By the way, pro tip. If you go to your mod list in MO2 and hold shift and double click, it'll take you right to the Nexus page for that mod. I also recommend using Root Builder if you're not already. That'll allow you to install things like the script extender through MO2. You do have Root Builder? Perfect. God, I'm bad at things.
Bahoon zealots deserve no quarter, no mercy. They should all be wiped out.
Man, playing a Serpent's Embrace character in this expansion with Andreja. It's really bringing out the unhinged religious fanatic side of her. She was far more level-headed with my other character. Or maybe she was just hiding the crazy. Or maybe it's the unofficial Shattered Space patch.
Hopefully they amount to something.
Because a lot of her dialogue in this expansion is bugged, unfortunately. That's why you'll hear conflicting reports on how much dialogue is added for her.
I'm hit! Gonna take more than that!
Other weird thing was when you initially launched the game to make a new save after uninstalling that mod, it launched fine. Yet the game was updated, but SFSE was not. Did you launch through the script extender or did you launch via Starfield.exe? You launched it from MO2, yes, but that doesn't answer my question. Which executable did you use? Starfield.exe or SFSE loader.exe? SFSE? Weird. You must have triggered the update after you closed the game then, somehow. Unless you were on 1.14.70 before. Coobs, what mods are you using? I would imagine not as many as me. Because I'm using over 100 mods at this point. The ones you have are from my list? Ah. Yeah, if you look at my mod list, it has grown substantially.
If we are found, the Zealots will not negotiate. They deserve whatever punishment we see fit to administer.
It has grown substantially since Creation Kit was launched. Specifically because Starfield modding has grown substantially since the Creation Kit was launched. As was expected. We're at a rate of like 10 to 20 new mods every day. Which is right around in the same neighborhood as Baldur's Gate 3's rate of growth. So I am very much hoping and looking forward to the day when there are more Starfield mods than Baldur's Gate 3 mods. Because then maybe this fake narrative about how mod authors abandoned the game will finally fucking die. Oh yeah, nobody wants to make mods for the game. It's only the 11th most modded game in the history of the fucking Nexus, but Starfield bad. Gotta fucking keep that narrative going. Gotta keep the grift alive to get those sweet clicks. Facts? What are facts?
This area is lucky to be unaffected.
It's a perfect landing.
Did I update SFSC from Nexus Soberlock's site? Nexus.
Seems the political deadlock really has subsided. This is good.
Yeah, I always update from Nexus when I can. I try to minimize going to external sites. The only reason I go to Silverlock for Skyrim and Fallout 4 is because my heavily modded installs of those games are on old game versions. And Silverlock has old versions of the script extenders archived. The Nexus might also. But they're easier. It's easier to find the exact version of the script extender you want on the Nexus. Or on Silverlock. Is this elevator busted here too? Yep. Yep, this elevator be busted. Alright, everyone remember where we parked.
Problem?
You know, I forget where I heard it, but someone
Overheard my neighbor forsaking the graves.
somewhere said, if you ever wonder why bugs were left in a game, it's because the bugs they did fix were worse. And that kind of changed my whole perspective on bugs.
Promised. I pray the Serpent still favors us to have allowed us to live.
Let us speak. You're back. What news do you bring?
Varric answers to the Great Serpent now.
What have you done?
This blood is on your hands, Victor. I hope you remember this.
What's done is done. It must be the will of the Great Serpent.
Do not hide behind doctrine. You know as well as I there was a choice to be made.
No, it was Vedek's choice. He knew the consequences.
You were his father. You were supposed to protect him. You think you are doing what is right out of some blind dedication, but you are destroying this house. You already lost one child. You had to murder the other.
Victoria! I will not hear any more of this. It is done. Leave us.
Oh, I am leaving to mourn my nephew whose memory you disgrace with your very presence.
Victoria! Leave her be, Luther. The Great Serpent will guide her. She will understand in time and emerge stronger for it.
Yes, the Serpent tests us all.
Well said, Reverend. Now, only one matter remains to discuss. Did you find anyone who aided my son in his treachery?
Trust me when I say the situation was handled.
Good. Unfortunately, I have heard ramblings among the people of Vedek's disappearance. Wardens are dealing with the matter as we speak. But you restored order to this house, and have my gratitude. Here, the access code that Ekris needs to connect to the power grid. Now go. I have much to arrange.
I wonder what
would allow Victoria her space if I were you.
I wonder what causes there to be rumblings. Because I didn't get that last time. Interesting. I forgot, can I buy weapons now?
You do. Sorry, but you will have to get approval before you can buy any weapons from me.
Okay, Andreja's cringe mom.
Do not understand. I saw a Nasco, took measure of his plans.
Did Victor finally relinquish the access code?
Yes, this slate has the code on it.
Excellent. We'll finally have the resources to fully charge the morning device. Now, let's hope Houses Kadik and Dul Kef are as forthcoming.
Politics can wait. Every moment we delay, a Nasco
For the last time. Faith!
It is the hubris of science that failed.
You claim he had...
I do no such thing. The Great Serpent's... until that is proven.
Indeed. The shrouding obscures the way for those who lack faith.
And they will be made husks in the end, just as Jinan foretold. But the proof is not in our words. It is in the vision. Anasco's presence still persists in this world.
Fine. Reverend, speak. Agree to her.
Do you see else? I have seen visions of Anasco searching, and now that you are...
Indeed, much of our lives are governed by forces we do not understand.
Well put. The Great Serpent's works are imperceptible, even to heralds like myself. But rest assured, all will be revealed when you journey north. At the edge of the crater, you will find a cave carved by the anomaly. There, you will make contact with a Nasco Varun.
It would be unwise to ignore the Herald's counsel.
You sound certain I'll find him there.
It is as the great Serpent foretold. In my visions, I witnessed two futures. In the first, you breached the scaled citadel, but found Anasco had sunk too far into the void. And in time, all of Dazra was consumed along with him.
Maybe that future is simply the Serpent's will.
It was not his will, but a warning. In the second future, I saw you make contact with Anasco, entering a cave through a formless wall. At its terminus was a gate, a path into the realm where our speaker resides. You stepped into this void, and in that moment, something changed. The false future, rewritten.
Roughly speaking, it could be that entering the vortex directly would allow you to speak with him. And while my readings do not show any anomalous activity, I admit there's a lot of interference. Still, that only emphasizes the potential danger involved here. I cannot approve of such an excursion on the minute chance Anasco is present.
Be gone, bot. You just need to have a little faith.
I am no heretic, but to risk so much on a vision, it is a leap of faith I cannot condone. I will not stand in your way, however, as Inaza has stood in ours.
You may not realize it now, dear brother, but our goals are one and the same.
If you point me to the cave, I can find him.
Then you must embark to the northern edge of the crater. You will find an entrance there, one that has no form. Step through it, find Anasco, and complete the vision. Only then will his voice be heard.
Okay.
Go to the cave in my vision, near the edge of the crater. If my vision is true, you will find him there.
Let us go.
Whatever you may think of this place, there is no question of the influence that Jinan Barun had here.
Hello. I have been thinking about what we talked about before. The idea of purpose in one's life. We spoke of the difference between having a purpose and having goals. I believed myself right in the moment and dismissed what you were saying. But thinking more, perhaps I have been arrogant to assume I am right. I have been single-minded in my pursuits. I have always believed the decisions I made were necessary, that there was no other option. I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. And
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Good boy.
Right, so anyway.
I have been thinking about what we talked about before. The idea we spoke of, but thinking more. I have been single-minded in my... I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. And... I'm starting to wonder if it has been worth it.
You're the only one who can answer that.
I know. I have told you that I am not one to discuss my past. And yet...
Whatever you've done, I won't hold it against you.
No, that is not what I am trying to say. I promised to provide for my family. That meant working with smugglers to procure supplies we could not acquire any other way. I have spent my adult life away from my home, jumping from one planet to the next, living in dangerous conditions, often surrounded by violence.
It's clearly taken a toll on you.
It certainly influenced the way I see the universe. I was convinced from the beginning that it was unwise to let anyone get too close. I had, maybe not quite friends, but people I cared about. Yet there was always a distance I could not reach across. I often find other people complicated and confusing.
Mood.
It seemed easier to not become attached, especially when circumstances meant I might never see them again, with no warning.
Going it alone has always worked for me.
And yet here we are. I find we work better together. What I am trying to say is that I now wonder whether it has been the right decision to distance myself from others.
I'm here for you if you need me.
I appreciate that more than you know.
Bowl. Pop an autosave.
Winner takes all is different.
try this thing out. Wow, this thing sucks. How about the Pain Blade? Honestly, Coos, that's what I would recommend. I would actually recommend uninstalling Starfield and then reinstall and use that new install to make a root folder, like I suggested. That's what you're thinking? The only reason I specifically recommend it in this situation, because I remember when I brought it up for Fallout 4, you had concerns about space. But I recommend it in this situation just because Starfield is a game that's still in active development. And I don't mean active development like the Fallout 4 Next Gen update. I mean active development like getting new official content added and getting new features. After you updated SFSE, you copied that DLL file I sent you last. It overwrote a file and now your portable instance won't open. You copied it into the plugins folder, right? You did? Are you running the latest version of MO2?
Take what you must. Scavengers.
Was there an update since July? There have been... There's been one update since July, and another update is currently in the dev build stage. So yes. Your MO2 is on 2.5.0? Yeah, they're currently working on 2.5.3. And 2.5.2 came out since July. So yes, your MO2 is outdated. You should be able to update it right from MO2 itself. So once you've got the latest MO2, install that plugin I sent you again. Because the way they're handling it is, while the new build of MO2 itself isn't ready, They released that plugin on their Discord server. As a sort of mini update to make up for the fact that Starfield itself has been updated. Specifically, that plugin was made to recognize Shattered Space as a game file, an unmanaged game file. Just gonna tear it all down and reinstall shit for Starfield. Have a non-portable install of MO2 with no game profiles attached to it. That's your ground zero. You'll update it there and rebuild your Starfield instance. Yeah, I mean, if MO2 is working for you for different games, I mean, for other games, then obviously there's no reason to update it. Like, for Skyrim Together, I wouldn't recommend updating your MO2. Just because Skyrim Together is already barely holding together as it is. Although if they update Skyrim again, we're kind of fucked. Fortunately, they haven't updated Skyrim in some time, but if they do push another update, that's basically the end of our Skyrim Together playthrough. Really do like how the portable instances work? Yeah, same. I told you. I remember a time where I was extolling the virtues of MO2 and you were like, nah, Vortex is fine. And I said, man, if you try it, you'll prefer MO2. It's so much better. Once more, McDan is good. McDan is wise.
Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind.
Your ground zero MO2 is updated. You'll do the rest tomorrow or Sunday. You're tired. Cruz, if you go into your profile folder for your Starfield install, you should see a file called modlist.txt. Send it to me. I'm curious what mods you're using. And maybe I'll be able to tell you for sure which ones need to be updated. Sent. Alright, let me have a look here. Alright, Starfield script extender will need to be updated. Address library will need to be updated. Achievement enabler will need to be updated. I would recommend updating plugins.text enabler. Just in case you haven't. Starfield community patch I don't use anymore. I've replaced that with the unofficial Starfield patch. Undelayed menus I recommend uninstalling. It's not fully up to date. Star UI inventory and HUD will need to be updated. Configurator, I don't know, I don't use it. Simple faster walk is fine. Sprint stuttering fix is fine as long as you have the address library updated. Immersive shell casings, if that's the console command runner version, you're going to have to get console command runner updated. Don't think you actually got simple faster walk to actually work. You need to install it to the root folder. I think. Hold on, let me take a look. Simple faster walk. No you don't, it's just an ESM. You're fine. Hey Bun, just stopping by to say hi and bye because you gotta go to bed since it's freaking late. Hope DLC is going well. I'm enjoying it a lot. I really like it. Yeah, immersive shell casings you'll need to get console command runner updated. And I don't mean console command runner needs to be updated. I mean there's a mod called console command runner updated that you should go with instead. Real flashlight is fine. Grendel Beowulf hard target and retextures are fine. Dark mode, dark terminal displayed, they're all fine. Enhanced blood textures is fine. Furnished Starborn ship might need an update. Scared of shootings is fine. Smooth ship reticle is fine. Jetpack overhaul is fine. Starborn not Toddborn is fine. My mod, you should update. Modular Starborn Gravisuit, shameless plug. I actually updated it yesterday, or the day before. I added mod slots to the suit, and the helmet and boost pack so you can do stuff. Real-time form patcher will need to be updated. Microgun holster will not. Weapon swap stuttering fix will not. Neon Vertigo I recommend uninstalling because it breaks the ground map and the map icons ever since they did the map update. Cyberrunner Sky Suite is fine. And all the Starborn visor mods are fine. Yeah, I would recommend taking another look at my mod list and just starting from there. If you have any specific questions, you can let me know. Wish you fell asleep so you were not overstaying like you are right now. You're always welcome. It might not be in your best interests, but you're always welcome.
answers with silence. Have you abandoned me, Great Serpent? Do you not hear my pleas?
I hear you, Speaker, and am honored by your presence.
You are promised a follower of the Great Serpent. Or does my mind deceive me once more?
The Great Serpent has guided me to you.
Yes, he works through you and built the path to guide you to me. I have reached out so many times to hear nothing but echoes. Yet you, an outsider, hear me plain. And for the first time, I hear you. Clearly your arrival here is fated. By stepping into this void, we are now linked. There is still reason to hope. The Great Serpent will see us through. But time is short. The breach collapses. The gate is still open. The experiment still runs. Find me in the Scaled Citadel. I will wait for you there.
Oh, shit! I am the best. All right. By the way, Coobs, I do recommend that that you join the MO2 Discord, just so you can stay up to date. Because, like, if Starfield updates and it needs a new plugin, they'll release it there before they do a new public release of a new build of MO2. By the way, I don't know if you knew this, but MO2 also supports Cyberpunk 2077. Which is pretty fucking sick. Haven't even thought to mod Cyberpunk. I've got some pretty sweet ones. You should check out my mod list for that. That's all my streams are, is just me plugging my own mod lists. I've thought about turning my own mod lists into Wabajacks multiple times. But God, that just seems like so much fucking work. And I feel like I tweak things too much. Hello.
Get a hold of yourself, Samira. You'll be fine. I just cannot believe this happened.
You seem concerned.
I am. I lost my job at the cultural center. Or my
Oh
life.
yeah, I talked to this lady.
It was wonderful. I was one of them. I do not necessarily. This used to that being. How can any? I just cannot.
This was the great Serpent's doing.
I know that, as nothing else could possibly do this. I just want to know why. I suppose I should not question him and accept that he spared me. I do not want to bring down more misfortune upon me or anyone else. See you around.
Serpent's speed.
You return.
Anasco is waiting for us in the Scaled Citadel.
Then my vision did not.
Well,
there is no need, brother.
As you say, but...
He said the gate is still open.
Yes, the pinnacle of the Citadel was modified to house the equipment to create a gate to the Vortex. If it still runs, that would explain everything we have experienced since the initial incident.
It is much more than that. Normally when I pray for Anasco's return, I sense he is lost, fading. But when I last prayed to the Great Serpent, I felt Anasco's presence clear and distinct. Even as it receded, I felt him anchored to this world. Yes, there are some who suggest that when Jinan communed with the Great Serpent, a similar bond had been established. I believe the same is true for you and Anasco.
I would need time to attempt a scientific explanation for why or how this happened, but for now, let us assume my sister is correct.
And that is the essence of faith. I do not know what lies ahead. My visions do not go beyond this point. But I do know this link would play a role. In fact, I am certain of it.
Agreed. And with this settled, we can now continue the work of aligning the noble houses. Together, we will find a way to complete the mourning device.
The Great Serpent has filled you with purpose. Is that not beautiful?
Solid work. I don't see any issues. That's what I was.
Granting them an audience. This is exactly the impression we don't want to give.
Please, Jamal. Don't you see how all this works in our favor? It's not up for discussion. I won't risk what we worked so hard to achieve. It's done.
No, you'd risk our future and reputation as a house. But you are the chosen elder.
Ah, don't patronize me. The Great Serpent spared our house. We are favored here. And shouldn't you get back to the council? We can't afford to be absent at a time like this.
I guarantee I'm not missing much. But you're right. I'll be heading back soon enough. Something I can do for you?
Akris has sent our newest reverend to inquire about Sahima. Don't worry. Jamal's already told me all about you. I'm Razma, Elder of House Kadik and head of the Ministry of Conjunction.
It's an honor to meet the elder of a noble house.
Well, it's also an honor to meet one as interesting as yourself. I wouldn't have suspected an outsider to be made promised. But who am I to argue with the Great Serpent's choice?
Yes. It is not for us to question the Great Serpent's will.
Impressive. I see now why you must have been chosen. I know the Council is looking to Sahima for answers, but the truth is, she's been taken, along with other members of the House. They're being held hostage by zealots, and now they're demanding negotiations.
This is a major overreach.
Oh, hi, Andreja. Oh my god.
I've never known the zealots to be
You're
so
awfully
bold.
close. You can't trust the zealots. Negotiations could be a trap.
You are right when it comes to trust. But I don't believe the negotiations are a trap. The zealots have yet to name specifics. At best, they'll demand an inordinate amount of credits or firearms. Worst case, a seat at the High Council, or even the reinstatement of their house. House Malene. They know we can't risk Sahima for Dazra's sake. So, they won't hold back when it comes to demands.
All this talk I hear about houses, it reminds me of Gowron on Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
to you and your house.
It's perfect with the eyes too.
Glory to you and your house.
You waste my time, Reverend.
You're right, I'm sorry. The Zealots don't deserve anything.
Agreed. Which is why I'm hoping you can help. I need you to find the hostages. Bring them home, so the Zealots have nothing to leverage, and Sahima can work with the High Council. Normally, I'd have agents doing everything possible to find them. But we too suffered losses. We need to be here. Present. I couldn't risk more lives. It's the only reason I even agreed to these negotiations. But now that you're here, I can finally take action.
The Great Serpent guides me. This is more than coincidence. This is fate itself.
Yes. It does seem more than mere coincidence, doesn't it? But there's still one unanswered question. I don't know where the Zealots are keeping Sahima, but I have a good idea who does.
Who knew we're playing
Their
a...
name is Merrick. Merrick is a Kadik, and they also work for me as an agent in the Ministry of Conjunction. This is where matters get complicated.
Who knew role-playing a religious nut job could be so much fun? Let's hear about these complications then.
As I said, Merrick works for me in the Ministry of Conjunction. They've been establishing an inside relationship with the Zealots for some time now, on my orders. Forcing them to give up the information could jeopardize all they've worked for. So don't expect them to be forthcoming. Get the information any way you see fit, as long as no physical harm comes to them.
Understood.
I'll return once I've learned the location.
See that you do. You'll find Merrick upstairs in the meditation room.
You're no member of House Kadik. What are you doing here?
Greetings, fellow promised. Rosma told me this was a meditation room.
Forgive me, I didn't realize we were entertaining guests. You must be the outsider I heard of who shares our beliefs. So tell me, what would a chosen one such as yourself want with someone like me?
I think you know.
Oh, I certainly don't.
Rosma said you know so out with it, all must serve and all that.
After all, I guess this means the High Council is still... And if you're here making demands, I see what's going on.
Then you know how important it is to reveal the location of the Zealot base.
On the contrary, I know how important it is to keep that information confidential. I've worked hard to obtain my position with the Zealots. And like I've told Rosma 1,000 times, I have no reason to believe they're going to hurt my dear cousins, especially Sahima. So, as far as I'm concerned, that information stays with me. Oh, I don't think so.
These negotiations could be a pretense, and you know it.
But they could be exactly what gets us Sahima back.
You're putting all of Dazra at risk.
Don't get me wrong. I understand what my choices mean.
We need Sahima to solve this, and you know it.
I won't argue her importance.
You really need to consider the dangers here.
I think I've considered them enough.
Son of a fuck.
Serpent, save me. Stop talking. Now leave me alone before I call security and have you escorted out. Or worse.
Well... Discussions with the head did not go well. He confirmed the kidnapping of my cousins, but wasn't willing to discuss his plans for negotiations. Razma and Jamal keep pressuring me for information, but they know how hard I've worked to cultivate this relationship. If I give up intel now, we lose greater opportunities for the future. Besides, I have no reason to believe the head will harm the hostages. In fact, they need them, Sahima in particular. They may put her to work, but at least they need her alive. The head isn't stupid enough to lose the only leverage he's ever had. As far as I'm concerned, my cousins are safe at Shadow Station Epsilon. I just learned the Zealots kidnapped several of my cousins while we were all in the wake of destruction and lost. I'll need to arrange a meeting with the head to see what his plan is. I'm not sure whether to be shocked or angry. Whatever hit Dazra was so sudden. If the Zealots saw the chance to make a move, it makes sense they didn't have the time to discuss it. But at the same time, I thought the connections I'd made were better. I see this as a failing on my part. I met with the head at Shadow Station Epsilon to discuss the benefits of a true alliance again. He finds our proposals so far to be unfair, it's true. They heavily benefit House Kadik, but what does he expect? We cannot afford to supply them with the upgraded ordnance they truly want, and even if we could, we wouldn't be foolish enough to give it to them. Something horrible happened today. I can't understand it. I don't even know what to call it. But I have to get this out, so here I am, starting personal logs. It's like something shook our world and left it gutted. One of our temples is just gone, gouged out of the very ground. House Vithal, mangled. House Dukef, a crater. And the Scaled Citadel, surrounded by a haze of energy I've never seen. Did Anasco Varun and the others even survive inside? What happened? Is this a terrorist attack? This is beyond any zealot knowledge. The settled systems aren't even aware of our existence. An unknown alien threat? Or perhaps the shrouding in a way no one would have anticipated. Is the Great Serpent angry with us? Hundreds of our brethren have been lost, and the number continues to rise. Today was hard. The hardest I've had to bear in my life. I almost prefer the initial chaos and questions that flooded our minds to this. Whatever this is. Is loss so indescribable? And to think others are calling us lucky. Lucky that our noble house still stands. Lucky that we lost few instead of many. This isn't luck. We all feel the losses. How can we not? Another day of chaos as we're finally able to observe the actual devastation with clear minds. It's worse than we could have imagined. The remaining High Council members and elders are taking all the action they can, setting up clinical stations and temporary housing. Who knows where Dolkef will end up? And I doubt Vithal will stay in their ruin of a home. Constant vigils are being held, and I pray the Great Serpent hears us. Is this the price we pay for trying to reach his greatness? Razma told me our house has taken another blow. Zealots have somehow infiltrated Dazra and taken several members of our house. I can only assume this was possible due to the state of the city. Sahima and Gavin were among them, which means the Zealots took them after they had gathered a team to aid the newly homeless. Insult to injury. So now this means I'm forced to refocus my efforts on my work. I can barely keep it together. It's going to take all my strength to maintain my composure and speak with the head.
I never had the patience for computer systems.
Andreja explaining why she plays on console. If Andreja played video games, what kind of games do you think she'd play? I feel like Andreja would be a big fan of Diablo.
You must have gotten the location.
The Serpent gifts us knowledge. The place we seek is Shadow Station Epsilon.
Well done. And luckily, I know the place. If my intel is correct, you can find...
I'll head there right away.
The sooner the better.
We will do whatever is necessary to bring Sahima and the others back safely.
Now that we have a rescue mission underway, I'll speak to Merrick about setting up the negotiations. The current plan is to hold them at one of the geothermal power stations. Meet us there when Sahima and the others are safe.
I'll meet you at the power station when everyone is safe.
Good. Serpent willing. Your timing will line up. I'll stall the Zealots as long as I can, which shouldn't be an issue. That being said, I'd still appreciate it if you could act quickly. Now, Jamal wants an update before you leave. Just don't let her distract you for too long.
Reverend, a word before you go. Tell me, Reverend, what do you know about the Zealots?
Religious fanatics who kill those who know that, and just another enemy getting in my way.
Well, what sounds like a mere nuisance to you is a very real terrorist threat to us. The Zealots are widely frowned upon within our society. They're a remnant of the Serpent's crusade, days we'd like to forget. Has my dear sister given you any history on our house's relations with the Zealots?
Yeah.
I'm surprised she even mentioned that much. Razma would have everyone believe she only wishes to keep an eye on them. The truth is, she's had this particular group of zealots. That is the
That sounds like an incredibly foolish plan.
So Razma doesn't want the council to know her true relationship with the Zealots.
Exactly. House Kadik already has a reputation for being sympathetic to the Zealots. Razma wants the Zealots to back House. She's been employing them.
I can appreciate that kind of ambition.
This kind of ambition is dangerous. What none of us expected was the aftermath is what allowed the Zealots to grab. Razma has lost control.
I'm going to find Sahima so Razma can take back control.
And that's what I wish to speak to you about. House Kadik shouldn't be associating with Zealots. But worse, we absolutely cannot. We need to cut ties with the Zealots.
And you expect me to do something about it?
How astute. I want you to put an end to any connections between House Kadik and the Zealots. And while my position won't allow me to be blunt, I'll still make it clear. Should the hostages not survive, Razma would blame the Zealots and cut all ties.
An extreme sacrifice for the sake of your house.
You're condoning the murder of your own family.
I'm doing what I must to preserve this house. All you need to get is Sahima's research, which she has with her.
No way.
I see I misjudged you. Well, should you change your mind, and Reverend...
The outsiders will come to accept his embrace, just as you did.
Fine day for a drive, is it not?
Once again, my brother and the Great Serpent just pressed the space bar. Every single time I boost the Rev 8 out of the spaceport, I am going to clown on that dude until the end of time. Fucking clown shoes. Ooh, what's that thing? As the coils of the great serpent create a divine circle, the path of redemption begins and ends here. Ooh.
The Ministry of State executed Varric Vethal as a traitor. We must all remember our duty to root out heresy, even now.
You drive. I get too much road rage.
Ah, foiled by a tree. And a mere sapling at that. Oh my god. What is Bethesda? My god. What?
Curse you. Good one.
Take your best shot.
What? Andreja, please.
If you're here to help, that zealot had a key. You have to get me out of here.
Who?
The great Serpent guided me here, sister. I'm here to lead you to safety.
Oh, I knew the Serpent would hear me. It's more than just me. There are others. The zealots have been using them to force me to continue my research here. They think I have all the answers since the original experiment was a catastrophic failure.
The zealots were wise in their tactics. Up until now.
Good news, the High Council thinks you have all the answers too.
So my theory is correct. Or I should say, the High Council now believes my theory, the better theory, is correct. I knew it! I told them their algorithms and insufficient testing were only giving the illusion of stability. But no one wants to listen to me. Not the girl who put people twice my age to shame when it came to assessments. Of course, this is what it would take for Razma to send someone after me.
The Zealots also plan on using you as a pawn in negotiations.
Negotiations? Oh, right. I'd almost forgotten. I overheard the Zealots mention negotiating with House Kadik, so the motivations are clear. Not only does the High Council deem me important, but Razma needs to remove me from the equation. I get it. But at least now everyone knows I was right.
Let's get back to getting out of here.
Yes, step 1 is freeing the others. The Zealots aren't aware of how I've been delving into their systems here. I told them I needed full access if they expect me to replicate Anasco's experiment, and I didn't even bother with risk assessment. They think I'm applying my theories to their poor excuse for technology down here. Granted, I could probably make it work if I had to.
Just get to the point.
Right. Getting there. The other hostages are being kept just beyond this room. I can disengage the locks to their cell and grant you access to an elevator in the room beyond that will take them to safety. You just have to clear out that area first, and the Zealots down there are different.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere yet. While you get the rescue underway, I'm going to set up certain guarantees here. I'll meet you and the others outside.
Sounds like a plan.
And a well-thought-out one at that. I just need enough time to set up a remote device so I can launch a virus that will render this place useless. Think of it as a failsafe to guarantee our safety. The Zealots would never risk this base or their ships.
Good luck, I'll see you outside.
You sure will.
Serpent, be merciful. Has help finally arrived?
What do you want now?
What is your intent?
You realize
It's been days since we've had any food.
I'm not a zealot. This is just the best thing I have to wear.
If you're not a zealot, then who are you?
Oh my god, is he reacting to my armor? That's awesome. I'm Reverend Reyna Jeline. Rasmus sent me to rescue you.
The Great Serpent is merciful. And Sahima? Did you find her yet?
I think I've changed the way my character's name is pronounced like 4 times. Sahima is safe. She's granting us access to an elevator to escape.
I wish it were that easy. The Zealots separated us. Our brethren are still out there. Please, I can ready my people here, but you'll have to deal with the Zealots and rescue the others so we may all escape safely.
Alright, I'll clear the path.
We'll be ready.
Excuse me, Andreja. Let's pop an autosave. Jesus fuck.
Great Serpent. Thank the Serpent. I thought I was done for.
I have something I wanted to say. But I confess I am afraid of how you will react.
Nothing would change my opinion of you.
I am reluctant to put that to the test. But it is necessary that we are honest with each other. You told me that you believe in going it alone, as you put it. But we have traveled together for a while now. I feel I must honor that time with the truth. The little I have spoken of my history has been nothing but truth. I worked with smugglers. I have caused my share of pain and suffering. What I have left out, until now, is that all of that was done on behalf of House Va'ruun. My people. My family.
I am very familiar with House Va'ruun, my sister. I serve the Great Serpent as well.
I had no idea. I had heard that there were those who believed but were not born Va'ruun. It is good to meet one of you face to face. I can explain why I have not revealed myself. Several years ago, I intercepted requests from Constellation to access Va'ruun's space, speaking only of exploration. I was sent to infiltrate Constellation, posing as a former smuggler looking for a new purpose in life.
That makes you an undercover agent.
That was the intent, yes. But the reality is more complicated. Several weeks after I arrived, I attempted to access secure records within Constellation's archives. Vladimir and Sarah were waiting for me.
They weren't as gullible as you'd hoped. Well, you're still here, so it couldn't have been that bad.
I had no idea what to think. I was horrified. My failure would be reported to the High Council, and the penalty would be severe.
What information are you sending to House Varun?
The history of Constellation, where expeditions are sent, data on star systems House Varun has not explored, some information on their members and goals. As you have seen, there is relatively little that would be considered classified.
So you're actually a double agent.
I suppose that is one way of looking at it. Sarah has not asked me much about House Varun, but the information I send them could be seen as valuable to her. You and I have spent so much time together. It has been increasingly difficult to keep this from you. And I am sorry for that. Telling you this violates so many of the orders I was given. But it was the right thing to do. I can feel that.
You have done the right thing, and the Great Serpent will reward you.
I hope that is true. I understand that this may change what you think of me. I mean that you may no longer wish to associate with me. I believe that in this moment, honesty is more important than anything. No matter what happens next, I have appreciated the time with you, and I thank you for trusting me. We should not leave valuables behind if we can avoid it.
Ah.
The Great Serpent has heard me. Thank you.
You did it. You got everyone out. You did it. It's true what they say. The air really does smell fresher.
Serpent, bless you. We owe you our lives. Thank you.
Praise the great Serpent. He has truly smiled upon us this day.
It certainly was a test of faith, but one I hope we all passed. Now, I believe you have some negotiations to attend to. I'm going to stay back a moment and make sure everyone here is okay to make it back safely. I'll catch up with you shortly. Just let me know where the negotiations are taking place.
The negotiations are at the Badlands Power Station. Be quick.
Don't worry. Razma came through for me. It's only fair I return the favor. I'll be there when it counts. Now go.
These members of your house have suffered. I can respect your decision.
Great Serpent was truly watching over us.
Oh, it's a baby animal. I thought it was a corpse on the ground. I was gonna see if it had anything. Who's flying this thing? My immersion is broken.
If Dasra is to recover, everywhere the Zealots have infiltrated must be cleansed.
Agreed.
Is your intent to be unreasonable the whole time? I thought this was a negotiation.
We're having a friendly chat, aren't we? It's not my fault you don't find my offers acceptable.
Nah, just the person I wanted to see. Please tell me you bring good news.
Yes, time to ruin this guy's day.
And I'm going to enjoy every minute of it.
Razma, who is this? You allow any commoner to just waltz in on official business. I'd expect better security from House Kadik.
This is hardly official business.
Yes. And now these so-called negotiations are over.
Over? You'd risk everything after the whispers of a stranger. I demand to know who this is.
I'm the Serpent's chosen reverend. The only one who can understand Anasko Varun.
You think I care about Anasko Varun, son of a traitor? Only a complete fool would expect me to believe this.
It's true, Mihail. And if you don't leave now, peacefully, I'll make sure your ships and Shadow Station Epsilon are made dust.
You... How did you... You're bluffing.
Test me. You think a genius mind like mine wouldn't find a way to hack into every system in your base? This remote device will launch a virus that will detonate systems within Epsilon, and reach your ships as well.
You realize how this may affect future partnerships, Razma. You'd jeopardize our connections.
It jeopardizes nothing. It merely restores the natural order.
The natural order. I could take you all out here and now.
I wish a motherfucker
you know
would.
Every one of us is prepared to answer the Serpent's call.
Perhaps this offers the Great Serpent's plan, and no one is meant to die today.
Only a heretic would be blind to the Great Serpent's work.
Oh, my eyes are open. It's just hard to discern the truth through all the treachery.
We are all the Great Serpent's children. We shouldn't be fighting.
The children of Jandar are the true heirs, superior in every way. But perhaps our time is better focused on the true heretics. All right. I won't deny my brethren the death they deserve. But I won't forget this either. Don't think this won't change anything, Razma.
Things have already changed, Mihail. From the moment you kidnapped House members. These negotiations are over. Now leave us.
That was intense. May the Great Serpent bless you.
House Kadik is in your debt.
As am I. I owe you my life.
Sahima, you are a part of this house.
I know. I just wanted to say thank you. Personally. And here, it's the research and algorithm the High Council wants. I'm sure they'll appreciate it more coming from you.
It's my turn to say thank you.
You're welcome. It's been quite the life experience I've had lately. If you have any spare time, maybe come find me later?
I'll see you around, Sahima.
Great. You can find me at the Great House whenever you get the chance.
We'll talk later, Sahima. As I was saying, House Kadik is in your debt. You've helped me maintain a very precarious balance.
This business with the Zealots needs to end.
And one day it will. But until then, they're a necessary evil. One that we'll be keeping a much closer eye on. I'd appreciate it if you kept this a secret.
Of course.
Good. The others involved know better than to speak of this.
House members are expected to show loyalty.
You seem to be understanding our society quite well. Now, I have much to do, and so do you. Ekris and the High Council will be expecting you.
Ooh, riding in style, I see. Your dismounts are flawless.
No, no. This'll do. do I have an industrial workbench on here? Right, I need 3 iron and 4 aluminum. Alright. There's an achievement for crafting those grenades, so... I want to see how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be to get.
Come in. Anything I can do to help?
Great Serpent guide you in your endeavors. Ah, were you able to find Sahima?
Yes, I was able to get Sahima's research.
Perfect. I have no doubt Sahima's work is the key to stabilizing the morning device. If only the others had listened to her, we may not have lost so much of our great city. This leaves House Durkef. I pray they are cooperative. There's no telling how much time we have. And before I forget, I've been told to inform you that the Council has now granted you access to the armory in the keep. Seems they're pleased with your work.
Fuck yeah.
This device is rather imposing looking, no?
A little bit, Andreja. A little bit.
Already have enough to worry about without an interloper in my shop. What do you want?
That wasn't much of a sales pitch.
I do not waste people's time. If you need my goods, you will buy them. If not, you will leave. I do not know what to make of your arrival here. You may... However, your credit... Now, what do you...
Let me see what you have for sale.
Your credits are worth it.
Salutations.
She had no idea while she's been standing by while you spout out great serpent lines? Yeah, I guess.
Looks like I have full permission. Well, look who... You must have friends.
By the way, apologies, I just saw that.
Of course I do. They will not know.
Varun Starlash. Let me give that a try.
I will not aid you in this.
You and I have...
Yeah, this'll do. Yes, Andreja hated that. Andreja is angry with me. I get it. I understand.
If you need to kill something, I have what you require.
Although, to be fair, Koobs, that dialogue does still technically work.
What is it?
Because she could have been referring to she had no idea until she met you. She doesn't specifically say I had no idea until now. Maybe I'm reaching a bit, but I think it still works. From a certain point of view. You know, the old Obi-Wan chestnut.
The request for aid and supplies.
Miss, I'm sorry, but I cannot just give you supplies.
What is it? Oh, it's you.
That suits me fine.
Good. Please understand. Stress of everything has become.
Apology accepted.
I appreciate that.
I need help.
Let me take a look. You seem healthy to me.
Perfect. I could use some medical supplies.
Try not to get too...
Yeah, that's good.
If you'll excuse me then.
House Varun must be able to rely on the Ministry of Commerce. We cannot fail. Greetings, Reverend. Malibor has kept me informed of the situation. The deadlock of the High Council. I hope your presence here means things have changed.
The other houses have agreed to cooperate, yes. Now it's just down to you.
Good. Good. I'm pleased that the Council is once again working towards a solution. It felt wrong not to help. Do you know where I was when it happened? The incident, they call it. I was in the temple next door, conversing with my cousin. I was in the middle of replying to him about... you know? I don't even recall. Some meaningless bit of family drama, I am sure. One moment he was there, and the next, gone. My cousin, the floor, the wall, just gone. I found myself looking out at the scaled citadel, unable to comprehend. And now, here I stand, the elder of House Dulkev.
I'm sorry for your loss.
My loss? Yes, I suppose.
I'm sure your cousin would consider the ministry in safe hands.
I appreciate the sentiment, but we shall never know. You cannot imagine it. A single moment of pure terror. A meter's distance was all that separated me from... I could be gone as well. But here...
The Great Serpent has a plan for you, as he does for us all. Don't you worry, child. The Serpent's got a plan for you.
Perhaps.
Sorry.
But it has come at such a cost. I'm sorry. I should shoulder my own burdens, not force them upon you. I've grown so tired of the Council squabbling, and I want no further part in it. I have no demands, no requests. All must serve. And House Dulkev is no exception.
Your selflessness will not go unnoticed.
That remains to be seen. Here is what I can tell you. Sometime before our current calamity, Enesco Varun approached me looking for information about his grandfather's time. He was frustrated at the lack of progress. House Dulkev keeps extensive records, you see. While I was never told the exact reason behind the inquiry, I was able to deduce a fair amount. I provided him with the shipping manifests from the time of the Serpent's crusade, materials and equipment that suggested some highly specialized research. I told Enesco where those materials had been sent. Weeks later, well, you've seen the Citadel. You know as well as any where we are now.
You think it's related?
The timing is too close to be coincidence. Enesco returned from the site in unusually good spirits. He boasted of something called the Vortex Interlock, and that it was the key to unlocking some new unseen potential. Whatever records exist of this interlock were swallowed up with the Citadel. And as for the original site, executors were sent, but did not return. And we can spare no more casualties. So I suggest you visit Malin Dam to the southeast. I believe it is more than it seems. It is the only place to learn more about these vortex interlocks and what connection they may have to the events at the Citadel. And should your search be fruitful, make sure it is known that House Dulkev was proud to serve when called upon.
Malin Dam. If I'm remembering correctly,
Yes, I've completed that now.
if you ask Rosma for more information on the Zealots, she mentions they want their house reinstated. If I remember correctly, she mentions that the name of their house is House Malin.
And when you are older, you will get your tattoos.
And guess what she tells me? She tells me there is
You're not supposed to be out here.
never loved me to begin with. Sloth. 10 ways.
Do not agitate the locals. Many have already lost everything. We need no further troubles.
What am I to do now?
Oh god. Here we go again. Press the space bar, you clown! Press the space bar, you clown! Oh god. The whole way down there I was like, please don't land on a groat, please don't land on a groat, please don't land on a groat. Groat pie. Once again, I won't say what that sounds like.
Why walk when we can coast? Threat neutralized. Not the best you can do.
considerable effort went into making at least some portion of this water sanitary.
You can't get in there, not unless you have a card.
Happen to have a card? I seem to have misplaced mine.
So, you're trying to get in there?
Kid?
You're not the first person to come here recently, you know? Anasco Varun himself was here. I saw him, but
I'm actually here because I'm trying to help Anasco.
I heard he disappeared. Is that true? But I did see them go in. I found one after they left. Kavil said I should give it to him for safekeeping.
Thanks for the tip.
Okay, good luck.
Another day, another mouthful of seaweed.
I understand.
May the great Serpent bless us.
I understand you have an access card for the day I might need it.
No offense, but it's not your property.
The ownership of the card is far less important than its use.
Be that as it may, I feel it should be turned over to the proper authorities.
I am the proper authorities. Get him, Andreja.
You know that all must serve Kavil. Right now, handing over that keycard. That is how you best serve the Great Serpent.
I only wish to serve, I swear. You are right, though. Here, take it.
Okay, let's have a little chat. Just for 1 second. Alright, all I keep hearing about is how Andreja has no dialogue. This is my second playthrough. In my first playthrough, I had to pickpocket the thing off of that guy. This time around, Andreja had dialogue that made him hand over the card. Last time I didn't get it. Now, since last time, I have installed the unofficial Shattered Space patch, which fixes Andreja's dialogue bug. And also, on this playthrough, I'm at a point in my relationship with Andreja that she admitted that she's a member of House Varun. So I don't know if, in order to get her to say those things, she has to admit to you first that she's a member of House Varun, or if it was bugged. But regardless, the reports that she doesn't have anything to add, bullshit. I broke everything. I knew I might do that with TFC, so that's why I saved first. Yeah, absolutely. Complete bullshit. The people saying so either experienced a bug, or they weren't far enough along in the relationship with Andreja that she admitted to the player that she's a member of House Varun. I'm not sure which. I don't know. I'm not watching them play. I'm not playing their game. I have no fucking idea. But regardless of whatever circumstances led them to believe that that was the case, they're wrong. I'm sure a lot of them are just making that claim based on misinformation. Others, I'm sure, are just saying shit to shit on Starfield. The problem is, I don't know who's who, so... If you said this, you're wrong.
Whoever laid claim to this place seems to be long gone.
And if you continue to say it in the face of the evidence that you're wrong, then you're not only wrong, you're a jackass. And you don't deserve good video games.
There must be some mechanism for draining the floodwaters.
Cannot activate pump, okay.
Warning. Power fluctuations detected. Rerouting to compensate. Drainage pump control bypassed. You are not well. This.
I don't respond well to threats.
The choice is yours to make. Junan Varun himself charged us with the protection of the...
Anasko Varun is in danger. I'm trying to save him. Maybe all of House Varun.
Yes, I know this, Anasko. The work done here must be safeguarded. And you are not. You were warned.
I listened. I just didn't care.
Very well. The Speaker's orders.
Let us hope whatever experiments were going on here are not running loose.
Increased by 100 to compensate. So 335.
You think you would be rid of me so easily? The arrogance! The work done here.
Sister, you should have heeded courageous words in the beginning.
The outcome has not changed.
I'm not going to stop until I get answers.
I respect your dedication. But do you even understand why you are here?
I'm looking for something called a vortex interlock.
So you do know. It does not matter. You should have left.
Profit is never necessarily the aim, but if there is something worth taking... Remote lab facilities are sometimes set up to engage in activities that are dangerous, illegal, or both.
God damn it, Andreja.
Do you not grow weary of this? I assure you, it will not.
I'm going to find a way to stop you.
I have already made it.
This, sister.
All this noise over...
The experiments here have ensured House Faroon's return to greatness.
Those vortex interlocks are what Anasco took with him. I need one.
They are not your...
Power grid destabilized. Containment fields failing. Backup systems risk overload. Consider manual shutdown at the earliest convenience.
No! You utter fool! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I killed your sister. I served the great Serpent as I was ordered.
Is that what you think? Those interlocks have our bonds. You have killed Vedrasa. What is more, you have disrupted the flow of power within the dam. You are one step from dooming those farmers on the surface. All right, hero. You have proven yourself a commendable opponent. If you can remove the remaining interlock, you will have bested us. But you will ruin the lives of those above us. Or we can continue this contest of wills and see which of us is stronger. The choice is yours.
I have never wanted to pull a plug so badly.
Then let us see how this ends.
You know what? I'll just exit the dam. Floor is inaccessible. Okay.
We should exercise caution. Things in here may not react well to bullets.
Bro! What the fuck? Oh my god, how long has it been since I saved? Oh my god, I didn't save once during that entire fucking... Okay.
Whoever laid claim to this place seems to be long gone.
Alright, we speed running this shit. What in the fuck?
Warning. Power fluctuations detected. Rerouting to compensate. Drainage pump control bypassed.
You are not this. The choice is Jinanva. And yet, the work done, and you are. You were warned. Very well. The speaker. You think you would. The work done. Sister, you should have heeded. The outcome. I respect. Do you even under. So, it does not matter. You should have. Do you not grow? I have already made it. This is
All this.
the experiments. House Varun. Then you will know.
Warning. Power grid destabilized. Containment fields failing. Backup systems risk overload. Consider manual shutdown at the earliest convenience.
No! You utter. Is that what you. Those in. What is more. Alright. If you. Or. Then let us.
What in the Oh my god! Alright, I'm out. Deuces. There. Farmers' lives not ruined. Varun Zealot Model S. The Zealots must be stamped out. Just animals. All right.
Growing up, I only found myself in the halls of healing on rare occasions. Training accidents, mostly. We always...
What do you know? Dialogue about growing up in Dazra. What do you fucking know?
Thank you for taking a moment. Now that you know my history,
I can speak openly about how surreal it has been to see Dasra again.
Bro! Are you kidding me? Of course. Listen to her. She's got dialogue for the DLC. Are you serious?
That is a complicated question.
There's no place like home.
Especially a home that you were unsure you would ever return to. And a home that has suffered so much while you were gone. I am of course grateful to see my home again, after being away for so long. Although, the Great Serpent has always demanded much of us, as individuals, and as the whole of House Varun. But to see what has transpired here, it is hard to believe this is part of any plan. Truly, it is a disaster.
If it is a plan, then our being here is part of it.
I suppose that is true. Regardless, now that we are here, surely you must agree that we should do everything we can to help House Varun.
It is the Serpent's will.
I suppose we shall see. In time. It is an incredible commitment you have made to become one of the promised. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined such a thing.
I've been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time.
Then I am glad we are here. I know we have much to do, but I did not want to leave it unsaid. Thank you.
Oh, Andrea doesn't have any new dialogue for the DLC. Up there. She does, it's just in typical Bethesda fashion, it's broken. In fact, I'm making a save here so I can come back and get footage without me yapping over it. Where the fuck is my ship? Oh my god, I almost smushed that dude.
when the judge from House Varun gives it a 10 out of 10.
May the great Serpent guide you, and the rest of us.
Our situation here is quite dire.
Obedience is paramount.
Now that we have access to full power, we've been able to run proper tests. I am old and my eyesight is not what it used to be, but I know the face of success when I see it. Your lead from House Dulkef paid off.
An old lab produced something called Vortex Interlocks. I have one and I hope it's helpful.
I have heard of such a thing. Recently, in fact, just before the accident. That is apparently not a coincidence. We do not need it for the device, but if this accounts for some of the leaps in progress in the Citadel, you may wish to hold on to it. As much as I have devoted my life to science, one cannot deny that there is an occasional spark of the divine. The Great Serpent has use for this, and you, still to come. Your timing is excellent, in fact. I believe we are ready to proceed.
Particle rocket? Did I just get a Varun rocket launcher?
Just a few quick preparations. Creating the necessary connections. It is done. Reverend, will you do us the honor?
The device looks ready. Let us hope it has not been built too hastily.
All personnel to stations. Clear the platform.
I want to get a look at this Varun rocket launcher. Oh, it's just a... Never mind. I was expecting something different.
Powering draft drive.
Field projector, standing by.
Scanning stabilizers.
Grav field, stable.
Capacitors fully charged.
All stations reporting. Ready to proceed with targeting.
Targeting system engaged.
Calibrating lens array.
Adjusting counterweights.
Locking axial tilt. Device is in position.
It's time. On your mark. Fire! Focus.
Beam on target.
Compensating for recoil.
It is working. Steady.
Serpent is
Detecting graviton
Hold! We cannot fail the speaker now.
Andresia's locked in place, but she's trying to sandbox.
Burning out.
Enough! Shut it down!
cutting power.
Grav drive cycling down.
Turning to 0 points.
Retracting stabilizers.
Shutdown complete.
Clear! Well done, all. Well done. We have done all we can. I am sure the Council is waiting to speak with you.
Let's go, Andresia.
That is quite a sight. I was not certain this would work, but it seems the Serpent has blessed us.
You have always lacked faith, Dulkev.
One could argue that faith got us into this mess in the first place.
Enough. It is time for action, not bickering.
Gotta call it here. Have a good one, Dan. All right, Coobs.
Secure the Citadel.
Thanks again for the raid. Sleep well. Good luck with your remodding of Starfield tomorrow.
No idea what is
Or the next day,
inside.
whenever. The Great Serpent has guided us this far. He will not abandon us now.
Your conviction is admirable. Committing a large force is impossible. There have been reports of increased zealot activity, no doubt in response to what we have been doing here.
It would be unwise to leave Dazra even more vulnerable than it already is.
And, to be candid, we have no idea what will happen to anyone entering the Citadel. We must minimize the potential risk.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I thought perhaps it was obvious where this leads.
I see where this is going.
It is only fitting that it should be you.
Really? I do not doubt our newest member's conviction, but...
What else can we do, hmm? She is the only one who can communicate with the Nazgul. Save as much as you can. Save it all, if possible, but... the Speaker must be your priority. Do whatever it takes to bring a Nazgul back to us.
It will be nothing short of the highest honor. We will not fail. The Great Serpent will watch over us and deliver us from whatever may come.
We will speak again soon, I hope.
Bruh.
Everything we have ever worked for. Gone in an instant.
Perhaps it is not so worthwhile.
Oh. Oh dear. Let's restart the game. Okay. There we go. That's better. Interesting.
You're really here. Oh, I feared what I saw. That connection we made was yet another vision. This is real, is it not?
You're not imagining it. I'm really here.
I knew the Serpent would deliver me from this nightmare, that there must be some way out. Every time I have attempted to leave this place, I find myself lost, wandering, unable to see. There is nothing out there. Tell me, what of Dazra, the people of House Varun? I have had terrible visions, a dreadful sense of loss.
Most of the city is gone.
I had hoped what I saw was only some terrible nightmare, but I knew it to be true. You must believe me. We meant none of this. All of the research, the calculations, we thought we could contain it. I only ever wanted to help, to improve, to elevate House Varun.
Everyone knows you meant well, but we've got to get you out of here.
Oh, I would like nothing more, but I'm afraid it is not that simple.
The chain reaction that started, it is self-sustaining. We tried everything. We had hoped we could complete the experiment, but then the vortex interlock burned out. You have one, don't you? I can feel the power from here. Then the Serpent truly has sent you to us. I wish I could guarantee your safety, but I am graced by the Serpent and have retained my faculties. So many of my people were not as fortunate. You will have no choice but to deal with them. The reactor level is below us. Bring the interlock there. We will need it if we wish to see this through.
I would like a chance to talk to you, if you are able. It has been a relief to be honest with you about my past. I appreciate your willingness to listen. But talking about this, remembering all those years, has brought back some unsettling memories. Thank you. That means a great deal to me. I have told you that I spent many years coordinating with smugglers along the edges of the settled systems. There were men and women I worked alongside closely. And over time, I established relationships. They were not of the promised, but I considered them friends. Yes, I have found that to be true. It was, and is, still a surprise. You must understand. I was raised to believe that those who do not follow the Great Serpent do not matter, for they are lost. Their fate is fixed and grim. And yet here were these men and women with hopes and dreams, delights and aversions. It felt like a small betrayal of my people, of House Varun, but I cared for my friends. And then I lost them. It's not something I have much experience with. It was so sudden. We had met on a remote planet to transfer cargo, and zealots appeared in force, seemingly out of nowhere. There was barely time to react. So many were cut down immediately. I believe my years of training saved me, got me moving when others faltered. I retreated to my ship immediately. But I left them all behind. Aaron Bascom and Jada Wong. They were my friends, and I abandoned them. And in the years since, I have never looked for them. I have no doubt they were resourceful. Still, how badly were their lives damaged by that moment? In my time getting to know you, I have thought more and more of all this. How little sense it all made, how I never really knew what happened or what became of my friends. My connection to you has reminded me what it means to trust someone, to be there for them. And I can no longer live with not knowing. I need to finally pursue this. I would like you with me when I do. I do not know what we will find, but I know it will be easier with you at my side. Thank you. That is... I'm sorry, I am not used to someone being so considerate on my behalf. I am not sure where they might be now, but I believe we should begin the search in Aquila City. That is where I last saw Aaron Bascom.
All right.
Prophet is not the best you can do. Nothing there.
Security lockdown.
All right, now let's try this.
Override. Lockdown.
This unit can no longer serve House Baroon.
As I said, a new vortex interlock is needed. The reactor must be stabilized before we can proceed. We did not anticipate that we might have erred in our recreation of the vortex interlock, or that we could overload it. Finally, it is time. Come, see what you have helped to save.
Sorry. Getting comfortable. The eternal struggle.
With all that has gone wrong, all we have sacrificed, I confess I had lost hope. I grew up hearing stories of my grandfather's communion with the Great Serpent. The immense responsibility he was given to create, guide House Baroon. By the time I became Speaker and inherited that responsibility, so much had changed. The once proud glory of House Baroon was diminished. We had lost our way, and I alone could not discern a path forward. I required the Great Serpent's guidance once more. So, I set out to find him.
It's a little arrogant to think you could just demand an audience with the Great Serpent.
Perhaps. But were that true, were he to judge me for it, I could accept that. It would have been worth it, all the same. Perhaps that judgment still awaits me, for thus far I have not seen his glory in person. I learned that my grandfather had attempted something similar. I found reassurance in that idea that he, too, sought additional instruction from the Serpent. And over time, I began to see that the Great Serpent had indeed left a path for me, hidden amongst the experimental failures and setbacks. This vortex, the place between places, and the energy it holds, could be harnessed, refined, directed.
Perhaps the Great Serpent always intended for this course of events.
You see it too, then? Yes, I believe that is so. Utilizing the vortex energy, we have learned that we can create powerful warriors, capable of teleporting vast distances in an instant. The brave volunteers in this room await the chance to be the first wave of soldiers, loyal to the Great Serpent and our cause. House Varun can project force on a scale unimaginable in the history of the human race. Tinan Varun's mandate can be fulfilled. The Serpent's crusade can begin anew. Despite all that has happened, their life support system has remained stable. Just one more sign from the Great Serpent that we are following his will. And now, the glorious honor falls to you, my faithful servant. Activate the pods, carry out the Serpent's will, and begin House Varun's triumph! Excellent. It is done. This is but the first wave. Once we have restored the Citadel, we will have the knowledge and power to send out hundreds, thousands more.
Intruders in level. Emergent.
Zealots have infiltrated the Citadel. They cannot be allowed to gain control of our work. Waste no time. Ascend the Citadel. Join me at the pinnacle. We must defend the Vortex Gate. We cannot fail the Great Serpent now.
Yep, obviously we're doing the evil option this time around. Or at least that's what I consider restarting the Serpent's crusade. Oh my god, Andreja, hello. Ooh, goodies. Nice.
Forward! Reclaim the Citadel! Restore the true faith! The Serpent reveals you!
Strike off from it! This is our hour!
The restoration is at hand! The Citadel!
glad to have you here with me in this moment, but we are running out of time. We risk losing everything to the Zealots, so the gate must cycle one more time, shifting the Citadel into the vortex and back again. The Zealots inside will be cast into the void, but I am sorry to say, so will you. It is the only way. The Serpent's crusade is too important to risk. The work must carry on. You have served honorably. Your deeds here and your sacrifice will be heralded down through the generations. Child, there is no other way.
Can't you just shut down the gate?
It cannot be shut down. Not now, when so much is at stake. Not when I am so close. When the Zealots have been purged, we will learn from this experience and we will try again. Eventually, I will be granted an audience with the Great Serpent.
After everything I've done, you're just to cast me aside and let me die?
My child, you are not being cast aside. I could not have made it this far without you. Your time has just come to its inevitable end. From the moment I commissioned this project, I knew we might suffer losses. I will carry that burden with me, I assure you.
There's no way for me to survive this?
I am afraid not. You were not present when the experiment began, and so you shall not be present when it ends.
I understand. All must serve. Okay. So I can just think of that as my character's end if I want to. Alright.
I am glad to have you here. We risk losing the Zealots inside. The Serpent's crusade. You have served. Child.
I'm not going out like this.
No! You will not. Serpent's chosen! I cannot be defeated! Traitor! To me! Defend the gate!
Bro, this is fucking chaos.
you while we can.
No! No! You shall... Seize her! Good one! Rally! Brethren, to me! Traitor! Turn their tent! You shall share our fate!
Slowly, slowly.
Well, I
You
told
have
you
been
she would
through a
make
lot. I cannot believe it. The Citadel is gone. There is no sign of Anasco. You failed. You brought us no scrap of hope for the future.
I almost didn't make it out myself.
Then I suppose you are fortunate.
No one standing in this room right now is fortunate. We have no speaker, no citadel. Where is Anasco?
Ensuring Dazra's safety meant overloading the experiment. Everything inside the Citadel was lost.
Then truly, we are lost. Without Anasco, there is no speaker. There is no way forward.
Perhaps. Or perhaps we acknowledge a simple truth. We are currently the government. We decide what happens from here.
You dare speak of treason? Heresy!
I speak of survival.
Please, calm down, both of you.
This is not a time to be calm or sit idly by. This is a time for action. We, the three of us, are the High Council. All of House Varun looks to us for guidance. We should provide it.
Anasco is the only one who can rule House Varun.
At least I am not the only one here who still sees reason.
Anasco is not here, Lovek. And he will not be coming back. We must take action without him. Surely you can see that.
No. The Speaker is the only one who decides such things. It is not within our power.
But Lovek, it can be. We can decide that right here, right now. We can carve a path forward for House Varun. Or else, we can sit by and watch all that we have built crumble around us.
And what assurance do I have that the two of you are not just looking to usurp power for yourselves?
Then we let the Reverend decide. And we have a herald here as a witness.
I name myself as speaker.
An amusing thought, but no. Try again.
I choose House of Athal should lead.
Then so it shall be. House Varun moves forward from this crisis, and continues to serve the great Serpent.
All must serve.
Before you adjourn, is there not one matter more to address?
I do not understand. To what do you refer?
To the matter of the Serpent's crusade, of course. The Reverend knows of what I speak.
I don't understand. The crusade was ages ago. What does that have to do with any of this?
Explain the meaning of this at once.
Anasco believed the Great Serpent was instructing him to restart the Serpent's crusade.
Truly, that was the Speaker's wish? Then our path is clear.
Respectfully, I disagree. We are in no position to undertake something like that right now. We need time to rebuild, recover.
There is nothing more to discuss. If the Speaker calls for crusade, then we answer.
I can assure you all that he did indeed believe in it.
Then House Vethol agrees. The crusade begins. What does House Dulkef say?
I have no wish to defy the Speaker, but he is no longer here. The Varun people need time. House Dulkef declines.
No, I should have expected as much. And what does House Kadik say?
Both of my colleagues have made valid points. The matter is complicated. I believe that for the moment, House Kadik abstains.
So, one vote for, one against. And what about you? Should we take up the sword and fight for House Varun, or continue to cower here and pity ourselves?
Consider what you are about to say very carefully.
Can we discuss this more first?
Yes, of course. Such an immense decision can only benefit from discussion.
I did these on my last playthrough. Jamal, why are you abstaining?
It seems the prudent choice at the moment. House Kadik will, of course, accept the judgment of the Council no matter the decision. But to be candid, I do not wish to be the deciding vote in such a monumental decision.
Malibor, why are you against the idea?
We have only just survived the most terrible period in the last few decades. We need at least a moment to breathe, to feel some sense of relief. And we are hardly in a position to begin any sort of major military operation, both in terms of provisions and strategic positioning. But if it is the will of the Council, of course, House Dulkef will commit fully.
Lovek, you're sure this is the right thing to do?
I am. Jinan Varun himself began the original Serpent's crusade, and it is long past time that we return to it. We cannot share this universe with heretics.
Won't innocent people be hurt or killed?
There are no innocent people. If you are not promised, then you will be cast into shadow. Jinan Varun was very clear.
Okay, that's enough.
Then do we begin the crusade?
Do it. Start the Serpent's crusade.
Then we have a decision.
Very well. We will notify the elders of the houses as well as our new speaker, and begin preparations as soon as possible. And with all of this out of the way, we will take our leave. You have been through a great deal and deserve a chance to rest. The home, of course, is yours. You deserve a place among us after everything. Know that House Varun is eternally grateful for all that you have done, and that the Great Serpent will one day grant you a place by his side.
I hope you know what restarting the Serpent's crusade
has
truly
been
means.
forever changed.
Sarah Morgan is angry with you. Barrett is angry with you. Sam Coe is angry with you.
Something on your mind? I appreciate having your ear.
Andresia's the only one who isn't angry with me. Let's go see what the members of Constellation have to say. They're all very, very angry with me. Driving a vehicle through a crowded city is frowned upon by local authorities.
Do you have a favorite restaurant here?
And Sarah.
Mine is currently Whetstone, but it changes.
Time to get yelled at.
It sometimes amuses me to think about what goes on here, right under the United Colony's collective nose.
I hope you're having a good day.
Not for long.
Coming up on the end of a long ride here. I know. Hey, listen, I know what everyone's gonna say. I'm sure plenty of the other. And hey, same goes. We're past due for a talk. Hey.
Crash.
There you are. Great. Coming up on the end of a long ride. I know. Hey, listen, I know what everyone's gonna... I'm sure plenty of the... And hey, same goes for you. Hey, we need to talk right now. I'm trying to keep my cool, but seriously, what were you thinking with this Serpent's Crusade crap? Man, of all the stupid... I like to think I have thick skin, but this is different. Fact is, you messed up big time. You're losing me with this great Serpent bullshit. You were given a simple choice, war or peace. I never thought anyone could get that choice wrong. But then you did. You're starting a war with the settled systems. That includes rangers and civilians minding their own. I think I made my intentions clear. You read my mind. Listen, it's not just me. In another life, maybe I look the other way. But I have to set a good example for Cora. Which means at the next port, we're leaving. Don't want to make a big speech about it, let's just go our separate ways.
All right.
Hey, how are you?
Your safe return to the Lodge will please the other members of Constellation.
Oh my gosh, this again?
I have tried to understand it, but
We're avoiding a fight if we can talk our way out of it. That's it.
But why would you wish to... avoid a fight?
Oh, you. Don't ever change, Andre.
Hey, we need to talk now. Have you taken leave of your senses? What possessed you to restart the Serpent's crusade? Do you not understand what that means? Perhaps not, but the will of a warmongering madman is. What Anasco was trying to achieve was a declaration of war. And yet, it was you, not him, not even the Council, who carried out that wish. Except that's not how House Va'ruun operates. This decree came from their speaker, the mouth of their god. But enough. There is no justification for what you did. Either you apologize now, or we go our separate ways. Because it's going to cost countless lives, all in the name of religious fanaticism. Yes, if it comes to that, I most certainly will. Oh, believe me, I have no problem doing just that. I'm sorry, but as chair of Constellation, I can't support this. Your actions will cost countless lives and inflict an emotional toll on people across the settled systems. And that, I cannot look past. When we next make port, I'll be returning to the Lodge. I'm sorry it had to come to this, but you left me no choice.
I have an objective to speak to Barrett. Isn't he dead?
Your mom dropped by. We had a nice chat. She had left this note for you.
Oh God. It doesn't account for Barrett being dead. Whoops.
Captain, may I be of assistance on your ship?
Maybe, Vasco. Sounds like you and Andreja are the only Constellation members I've got left. Alright, so anyway. Alright. That's our Serpent's Crusade run of the main quest. Done. I think next time we'll try some side questing on the main. Or maybe we'll do side questing with this character. I don't know. All I know is side questing.
Serpent is paramount. All must serve.
And that is what we will do next time. But it's 3 in the morning, so this is where we're going to call it for the night.